Ohio minasan. Welcome back to the final part of Our Life Beginning and Always. This is the wedding DLC. This is where we finally get to marry our boy Cove. I've been so anxious about this DLC. I've been so excited about it. This, as I've stated before, this will be the final episode of this. I will not be playing the other love interest DLC because to me, I think that this journey has definitely been here about Cove and about Blue, and it doesn't feel right to go on this other journey with them. Beyond that, to me, this was everything I felt needed to be played, and to me, this is the conclusion of their story. We're gonna see how this goes. I don't remember exactly how, if I saved this correctly to continue the right story, so this'll be a fun experience. Anyway, so here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Cove Wedding DLC. These events are set after Step 4, but it's not specified when. It could be during the same summer, the next summer, a year in the future, springtime in California, etc. You can assume the timeline is whatever it needs to be to make sense of the choices you made to the progress of your relationship. Before starting, would you like to pick out an engagement ring for Cove to wear? Yes. Well, obviously we're changing that color. I think a simple band for Cove is perfect. No, it's gotta be platinum though. There we go. Done. We hope you have a truly wonderful wedding. Our wedding. Oh my goodness. Side by side on a purple-dyed faux leather couch, you sat with your fiancé Cove. In the air in the chic office smelled non-distinctly perfumed, though luckily it was a demure touch rather than smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently flowing the scent around the room. It was the first time either of you had been there, and you weren't sure if the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. For some people, it wouldn't make a difference either way, like with your own partner, for example. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours. You could feel him trembling and hear the squishing noise the couch made each time he shifted around. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kind of matters, and the other came from an almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area, and this office belonged to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion: weddings. You were here to plan your wedding together. Soon he wouldn't be only your fiancé. Cove would be your husband. And on that occasion, there was going to be a ceremony, a reception, and everything. I'm overflowing with thrilled energy. You can't stop me, Cove. I want this so much, buddy. With your vibration and Cove shivering, you hoped you didn't slide down off the cushions. Today's meeting should be straightforward, introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and going over only some basics. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Before setting up the appointment with the planner, you and Cove decided that you were going to set a wedding in, or at least near Sunset Bird. You also had a good idea who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, and a few other details related to your lives together going forward. That was as far as you had gotten in the process when you decided to bring in assistants. All the planning was gonna be great. Cove noticed the dreaminess in your eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted hopefully. His second hand reached out to clasp both yours and his first. A metallic sensation pressed into your skin, an engagement ring securely on his left ring finger. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug and covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned a smile back. Here we are. Here we are. It's really happening. His fingers squeezed your hand deeper in his hold. You know I'm not really good with, well, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being like, it's going to be amazing. It has to be, because I'm marrying you. Aww. Yeah, and hopefully you only panic a moderate amount along the way. Hey, I'm doing my best. I know. And then there was a series of quick knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks between one another.
Huh?
Come in? In response to Cove's words, the shiny wood door off the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Standing in the entryway. Oh my god! Boy! Where have you been, boy? Woo! Woo! Oh, look at him. He looks like just a more cleaned up version of the previous self that we saw. Oh, look at this boy! Oh, Baxter, you look so clean and fresh. I was so happy to hear that he was going to be in this DLC, because I was so annoyed that apparently Baxter would just, disappear from your life. Especially after they, brought Shiloh and Jeremy back. I was so annoyed that Baxter just disappears from your life. Standing in the entryway was a tall man about your age. His dark gray hair was swept to the side. That gray? Gray. Do you guys understand the color wheel? That's not gray. Brown or black? Brown or black I would have understood, but that gray? Gray. I don't see it. It don't look gray. Even a dark gray, it don't look gray. I think it might be because of the lighting and the tinge of purple added everywhere, but it looks way more like black. Was swept to the side, and on his neck was a distinctive mole. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync. Look at that smile! That grin! Oh, my boy!
Hallelujah.
Love would have been alive. You two dolls have broken up. Cove stared while frozen in place, a deer in the headlights. His mouth opened and then closed again, soundlessly. Baxter! The former tourist stepped further into the room while chuckling.
That's wonderful.
I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. I don't know about that. This huge black and white rug is kind of a clue. He laughed again, brushing his bangs from his eyes. True. It was exciting to see it was really him. This was an incredible, unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years.
I know.
Yeah, it has been. Cove dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been even firmer if he wasn't still in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of both of you. And as a wedding planner of all things. Your wedding planner! What happened? No one's heard from you at all. Until right now, I guess. Did you lose Blue's number in a taxi? The more he spoke, the more sardonic edge caught up to Cove. Well... As professionally as possible, Baxter strode to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch you were on. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position that faced you completely as he continued the reply. I went back to college, eventually graduated, joined a great wide career world, grew up, and learned some more. I'm still learning. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat, rested his cheek against the propped-up fist. That's the curated version. Life is a wonderful journey. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissive gesture of his free hand. It was impossible to tell if the sarcasm was purely in response to Cove's own sharpness, or if there was something else. Even Cove raised an eyebrow at how clear the displeasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was giving, but only half shrugged, with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. I'm so happy we got to meet again. A bend formed in his brows, a small sign of regret. It is nice.
Now,
That is my introduction taken care of then. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. Blech. You're getting married. Congratulations. You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. How did the engagement happen? It must have been wonderfully emotional. A shame I had left town before I could find out. A fond, familiar flush of red crept over Cove's cheek.
well,
We had come back to Sunset Bird for Blue's parents' anniversary. It started out as a normal trip. On the last day before we had to leave, we went out to the poppy hill behind Blue's house. I had been waiting for the right moment the entire time, and that was it. I asked Blue to marry me, and she said yes. The pitch of bleh, 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 bleh. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I will get a hold of myself in talking. The pitch of Cove's voice shot up dramatically going through the last sentence and got him shimmying in his seat. Just thinking back to that moment had him nearly tearing up from joy. Oh, Cove, how romantic and very fitting for the two of you. Thank you, Baxter. Oh, my sweet boy Baxter. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and tapped it against the desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cove, satisfied. Thank you for answering. Considering we're already acquainted, it should make the process that much better. I'm sure your special day is going to be one that you want to remember. Cove's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Are we really going through with this? Having Baxter plan? Cove! That's rude! I'd like you to. Cove quietly yelped. It wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. I mean... I think I could do well. I can do it right. And there are very few weddings I'd like to see go off like a charm than this one. He spoke in a conciliatory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. Look at that face, Cove! Look at that face! You tell me you can say no to that face, and I'll call you a goddamn liar! You and Cove faced one another on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the sloping of his brows shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause, and then Cove spoke. Okay? While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high. The look on his face was determined. Since this is actually the reality that exists now, I've got a question for you, Baxter. Yes? Cove's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself once more. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter with a clap of his hands. Look at the face! He's so surprised! Oh, Baxter! Of course, always. That's a relief. I'm probably gonna need them.
I'm here if
I
you need me.
understand completely. Oh, Baxter, your deep voice. I understand completely. I'm here for you. And you as well, Blue, if there's a need. Oh, I would love to practice with you, Baxter. Let's do this. Let's do this. Got it. That works for me. Now. He shifted closer and rolling in the rolling chair with a glint in his eyes that made him look like the teen he used to be. Look at that grin! Look at that grin! Oh, Baxter. What you doing, my dear boy? What are you doing? Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details. Which I don't mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket. But I am gonna have to ask you quite a few questions.
Alright.
I'm ready. Hit us with your best shot. To start, have we thought of possible surnames? Yours, his? What are you imagining? I don't care. I just want to marry her. God, Cove. But we actually have talked about it. Yeah, we're going with... You're gonna be Cove Flame. We're getting rid of your last name, Holden. Good to know. Blue and Cove Flame it is. Cove straightened up against the back of the couch. You could practically hear his heart pounding over your names being said as one that way. It made you giddy too. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom, it can be whichever you like, honestly. Can I be a groom?
Of course.
Of course. It's your day. He's the groom and I'm the bride. Wonderful. A bride and groom for the couple of the wedding. Baxter flipped open a notebook to set on the desk. Can I get an idea of the scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guest list. Even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will accept the RSVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance.
Oh!
Oh! Cove stepped off the cloud nine he'd been hovering on since the start of the conversation and planted himself back firmly on the purple couch in Baxter's office. For sure, there's gonna be our parents, 4 of them, Blue's sister, her uncle, aunt, and cousin. Some grandparents should be there, but not all of them. We'll have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. We can invite Shiloh and Jeremy. Cove snorted, covering his mouth to resist a full laugh. We can try, but I don't think they'll show up. Baxter's eyes shifted from your face to Cove's and back again. It was sharp. He was trying to read the room. Co-workers of yours?
No.
No. Friends! Acquaintances! The mirth that Cove had rapidly turned into more of a nervous chuckle. He'd momentarily forgotten it wasn't just a conversation between you and him. Shiloh is someone we've known since we were kids. It's just, he's not exactly reliable. He always does what he feels like and doesn't do anything else. I think Blue likes him more than I do. I don't hate him or wouldn't let him come to our wedding, though. I want to do it for Liz. Alright, and Jeremy? Cove didn't resist laughing with his whole heart this time. We met him as teens barely. We were 13 and he was a little younger. He was horrible, mean, angry, unreasonable. But thanks to Shiloh of all people, we met him again years later and it turns out Jeremy's okay now. More bristly than hostile. I kinda got attached even though we're not friends because Jeremy's the kind of guy who won't describe anyone as a friend. Except for Pran. You ended Cove's explanation with him and had matching smiles with him to boot. Jeremy is great. You've got some interesting relationships. I'll put it down and we can certainly send invitations when the time comes. It'll be up to them to decide what they want to do with the offer. Who else? You and Cove continue to come up with family members, friends, professional relations, and the like to make an estimated size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter jotted down the information like an attentive student sitting at the front of the class. And of those who you most want and expect to be there, would any of them make up the wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? Yes, we're having a wedding party, goddammit, Cove! Right. We hadn't picked exactly who'd be in it yet, but we're having wedding parties.
Certainly.
Of course. Let's discuss who's with who now, then. It can be an equal split between the both of you, but it's not a rule. If one of you has a bigger wedding party than the other, it's completely fine. It's all about the two of you, so you can do as you please. Tepidly, Cove offered his first thoughts on the matter. I don't know. Maybe it's embarrassing or even sort of dumb, but as great as my friends are, the person I want to be there as my best man is my dad. Oh, Cove! You adorable boy! Look at this crybaby who's grown up. He's grown up so much, and he respects his dad so much, and I'm gonna cry. Don't! I'm gonna cry. Cove! What the hell, boy? That's adorable. That's adorable. Oh, you've come a long way, Cove. You've come a long way, Cove.
Thank you.
Look at that smile. Thank you. Having that close of a relationship with your father is a beautiful thing.
What do you think?
Blue, do you know who will be the lead of your wedding party? And title isn't important. Best man, best woman, or best person. Maid, man, or individual of honor. All is fine. I'm gonna force Derek into the role, okay? Everybody, Derek is my man of honor. As my... Do I do man of honor or best man? He's my man of honor. Let's do man of honor. Very well. Anyone else in parties? Well, I'm good with whichever friends and family being in my party, but I'd kind of want the size of things to be sort of close. Everyone would probably be a Blue's party if it wasn't more of a split. So if that's okay, there would probably be 3 or 4 in the parties at most. That makes sense. Great. For your own party, you chose. Well, you're not getting Liz, you're not getting Lee, and you're not getting Miranda, and I'm gonna keep my ma. You get the other 3. And I use wedding crewmates? What the hell? No, they're my bridesmaids. And then my party's gonna be Kyra, Terry, and Pamela. And with that, you successfully mapped out the members of your wedding parties. Perfect. I'll make notes. The statement was made extra clear by the clicking noise of Baxter's keenly tapping his pen on the armrest.
So,
On that topic of guests and that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? We can make it only a select people that are arranged to say some words about the couple, or we can have an open mic for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. I'd be fine with anyone wanting to make a toast. I'm okay with that too. People are gonna tease us whether it's a speech or not. Good. He continued along, casually accepting all your input. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves? For custom vows? Just remember, it's an option, not an obligation. There's no pressure to make custom declarations if you're not comfortable with it. Oh, I had custom vows in mind. Are you okay with that, Cove?
Of course.
Of course. There's a lot I could say, and I'm gonna be really nervous either way. Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled at you so sweetly. You were feeling butterflies already, and the vows haven't even been said.
lovely.
Lovely. Just lovely. And that is highly personal, so you each can work on them privately, outside of our appointments. I will be playing through this whole wedding DLC here now, so this is going to be one giant episode to end the series. I think that's a perfect way of ending it, so we're gonna continue. It's probably gonna be a long one, just like step 4 was a long thing that I split. Baxter relaxed back into his chair and looked you both over. His smile curved widely. It was a look that made Cove nervous. You could feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's talk a little more about traditions and wedding norms.
To be honest,
We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks not to be slathered with cake, or for whatever else, and the other does exactly the opposite simply because they think it's funny, I will personally see to it that your marriage ends. Baxter? Oh, you adorable boy! Thank you! I mean, I'd kill you if you ended my marriage with Cove, but God, boy! If you can't treat your own partner and their boundaries with respect on your own wedding day, you don't deserve them as a spouse. You adorable boy! Isn't he just sweet? Like, I get why he's gonna have his own romantic interest, love route for you. But at the same time, this whole story is focused around Cove, so I can't do it in all honesty for you guys, but oh, Baxter, you're a sweetheart. Now, I sincerely doubt that's gonna be a problem with you two, but it's an occupational hazard.
in that case...
With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange anything special you want to do included. I want to smash some cake, Cove. You can smear it on me too. Baffled, Cove's gaze remained fixated on you silently. He didn't appear opposed to the idea exactly, but then he rocked with a surprised laugh.
What?
Are you really? Yeah, really. I've always wanted that one. And besides, the cake will be in tears. Will be in tears if we don't. Sighing, Cove shook his head. You could see his teeth peek out as he tried not to smile. Okay, let's smash some cake. It's ours. He added a quick amendum to that statement. But only part of it. The rest is for eating, right? Right. There'll be enough for seconds and thirds. That promise sold Cove completely on the idea. Very well. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. That's another important detail done. We should discuss who you'd like to officiate the ceremony next.
I can do that.
I can arrange for a standard justice of the peace to be there, but there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, judge, or anyone else you have in mind, please send me their contact information. Preferably right away. I can work things out with them so we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure of what to say, Cove glanced over at you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. Blech. Here's a religious figure. Without another thought, Cove nodded.
Right.
We'll go with Blue's person. Wonderful. Text me their info after our meeting and I'll get everything sorted out.
Very well.
Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive to the ceremony? Will one come in first and then the other come down the aisle? Or perhaps you both want to enter together? I have my heart set on walking down the aisle. Like this is all my dreams. Sheepish, you squirmed in your seat. Cove's mouth wobbled with his whole demeanor brightened.
Yeah.
I like that idea a lot. His eyes shone with a fondness that made your pulse quicken. I was thinking I wouldn't walk alone. That makes sense?
Yes.
Yes. Who were you thinking of? How? Can I do that? Can I? Oh, let's do it. Cove held your stare for several heartbeats. You fidgeted with your hands while you waited. And then he snapped out of it. His aquamarine eyes glistened affectionately. He's gonna cry, but he'll definitely do it. You're sure? Your heart fluttered in fear, but it was still dizzying in the most exciting way. Yeah, he loves you. He does?
Of course.
Of course. I'm not the only one you've had an impact on. You've been a part of his life for a decade and a half, too. Thank you. It's okay. I also love you, so I know best. Cove's face was a shade pinker from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you both settled on. You were too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention.
Does that sound all right?
And are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It's possible to skip that. Yeah, we've got rings.
Of course.
Of course. We can easily save a moment for that in your ceremony. And a small reminder, couples generally take off engagement rings before the ceremony to wear just the wedding band during the ceremony. Thanks. You couldn't help picturing the matching wedding bands you had gotten together. They were platinum and jeweled band, and the stones you decided were blue sapphires. They were incredible, but before you were completely lost focus, Baxter spoke again.
So,
do either of you want to have a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cove's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waited attentively. When Cove realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't need a whole bouquet. I'd like to have one. The shape and color of it hadn't fully formed in your thoughts, but part of you could already feel the weight of the flowers in your hand. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of your mouth. Excellent choice. Let's discuss what it'll look like then. He leaned forward and overlaced his fingers together on the table. Excited, you glanced at Cove and he gave you a supportive thumbs up in return. Would you mind if we had white poppies? No, it needs those. Since the instant Baxter brought up flowers, you'd been positive Cove was going to ask for those. Are there any others that you'd want highlighted? Well, obviously roses. White poppies and rose. That's quite a combo, just like the two of you. Those have always been our favorite flowers since we were kids. Oh, you remember, Cove? Good boy, good boy. He's adorable, by the way. And now you're bringing that to your wedding together. Ah, the epitome of romance. Bashful, Cove averted his gaze. With that decided, Baxter picked his pen up again and took note of your specifications. He subtly nodded as he wrote. Well, since you're having that means you'll have the option of a bouquet toss during the reception.
Huh.
That kind of sounds fun. What do you think, Blue? I want to do it if we can have one. The longer you thought about it, the more fun the idea became. Cove's grin curled excitedly. Baxter's gaze lifted from his notes. Marvelous. That's about all the basics sorted out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There's vows, but from there you can personalize it with more rituals and stuff. If there's any particular tradition you'd like to have, you're welcome to let me know.
Don't worry about it.
I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want it to be whatever Blue hopes for.
Charming.
Blue? Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. What an exquisite addition to the ceremony. We'll have that set up for the beginning. Anything else? That's everything. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly.
Hmm.
Very well, so that's the ceremony. Now, any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have room for casual dancing throughout the evening, but I need to know if we should schedule any particular kind of dance, such as a first dance between only you and Cove at the start, for example. Both of you turned to each other curiously. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks, and when he felt overwhelmed, Cove's gaze dropped to the floor.
Well,
Only if you're good with it, I would want to have a first dance. Yes. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat. You beamed, overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. We should have danced with each other's parents and a money dance too. You'd been daydreaming about these dances since the wedding planning began. You really wanted a special moment to honor how much Cove's parents mattered to you. Since day one, they'd both been warm, inviting figures in your life. They didn't have to welcome you with open arms, but they always did, without a second thought. You were grateful to them for so much more than their son. A rosy blush touched his cheeks a deeper pink. A parent dance. That'd be great, actually. And we could definitely do a money dance. Cove snickered. He hadn't initially remembered that one, but he liked the idea of it a lot. His lips curved into a bent smile, imagining it. You both had a feeling that your friends and family would enjoy showering you with good fortune and well wishes. If anyone should have that kind of dance, it's us. People giving out money is a kind of theme of our relationship. Cove! You got it right on the money, boy. Your mouth twitched as his comment sunk in, and then you were doubled over with laughter. He wasn't wrong. That'd be a funny way to bookend the story of how you two fell in love. Your dad is gonna love hearing that one. Cove smirked, sending you into another fit of giggles. Fondly, you thought about that pivotal day. Maybe that $20 bill was lucky. We've had each other ever since. Yeah, I guess it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Then it's settled. Baxter continued to keep track of details by jotting it down on paper. He kept up with the pace of the conversation with words and writing easily. Oh, and speaking of the ceremony and reception, that's my area of expertise. If you're going to have a honeymoon afterwards, that's something I'd recommend perhaps a travel agent for, or honestly arranging between only you two without any middleman. Cove didn't blink at the caveat.
Sure.
We'll handle that. While we're here, it's just about the day of, I get it. Fantastic. Now, back to the wedding. Do you have a sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal, casual? Do you have a particular color you want the wedding party to wear? Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise, or for the ceremony? Or would you prefer picking that out together? We're picking it out together. He's not getting away with me not knowing what he's gonna wear. I don't trust him. I'm not sure. Also, what about hair? I can brush my hair out so it can be fancier, though if that's not important, I can... Your hairstyle right now is so cute, but I also really want you to, put some effort into it. Good question. What do you think, Blue? You considered the series of inquiries and responded by saying, I was hoping for a formal occasion. Yeah, I can be formal for our own wedding. And the main color was blue. It's blue.
Sounds good.
That's my name, that's my color, that's everything. Also, don't worry about it. I can be there for sure. And Cove, it'd be wonderful to see you with a fancier hairstyle. Okay, I'll do it. Excellent work. I know this has been a lot of Q&A-ing. There's much to consider for this big of an event. Then Baxter's pen was placed back into the pocket it had come from. He ran now his free hand along the smooth inside edges of his jacket.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meeting. We can truly get into specifics.
Oh?
That's everything? We're leaving? Yes, you can go, or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye. Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off despite still being seated and not going anywhere yet. He had gotten so into the discussion of the wedding, he'd forgotten about his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time, but that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cove followed his motion, getting up out of your own seats together. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. I'm hugging you. You are my... He smirked, letting you wrap yourself around him. He patted your back rather than giving a complete hug himself, but he liked your version of a farewell interaction just fine. What? I'm expecting special treatment since we're such great friends.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today, Blue. I'm glad to have seen you. Then he offered the same gesture to Cove. Your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter's hand a solid shake. Take care, Baxter. Thanks, and same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I'll remember. The two men released the other hand, settling into agreement to take this chance and put a new foot forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. The pop and subsequent click from the opening and closing of car doors played out of sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant and had an upward bend that made it sound like a question.
So
That went well. Before you could respond to the not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seemed good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the wheel and peeked at you through the reflection of the overhead mirror. Right, Baxter will do wonderfully. Right, Baxter
You're
will
right.
do wonderfully. Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke. The wheels rumbled easily down the newly developed city streets of the area. But that was the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet, a pensive look on his face that didn't allow you to relax into a normal, comfortable silence. Cove, what's up? His mood easily lifted back up at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Sometimes I still can't believe we're together. We're engaged, and soon we're going to be married. It's incredible, and it never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Not really. It's like living an incredible dream. His cheeks squished at his eyes from the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Oh, Cove. Finally, the lack of words felt right between the two of you. You took the chance to let the day sink in as best you could. After all the years you've known Cove, now you were going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then, suddenly, the day had ended and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. It was early afternoon when you stepped outside, breathing in the good weather. The gentle breeze warmed your skin while you waited for Cove. He wasn't far behind, but there was still a serene moment to watch the puffy white clouds move across the sky. You were grateful for that because the second you both hopped into Cove's car, your brain was filled to the brim with wedding planning once again. Before you could progress any further, you needed to cross some important details off the list, putting the wedding party together and seeing if Cliff will do the aisle walk. Those were the goals of that day.
Are you okay?
Are you doing alright, Blue? I have high hopes for today, and that's scary, but otherwise, I'm okay. What about you? Cove turned away while his eyebrows pinched together. His grip on the steering wheel tightened briefly before he made himself relax the stiffness in his pose. Tense, but good. Better than good, really. I'm excited. Yeah, me too. I can't wait for their reactions. Every time you imagine the conversations you'd have today, they all boiled down to the same feeling, joy. The people you picked were all important figures in your lives, and you just couldn't wait to see how they'd take the news. Cove nodded and added a happy hum in response. With that, you were on the road home. Naturally, Cove navigated the car towards the old neighborhood. It was a soothing winding down the familiar paths of your childhood. You spent so many years expanding your world little by little on foot, and then by car. The older you grew, the further you went, but there was always a place back there for you. Cove parked along the upper end of the street. Side by side, you headed out, aiming for his dad's condo. Your first visit for the day, Cove wanted to ask his father to be his best man, and you'd be there for him. Cove's newly outstretched hand was halfway to the doorknob when it paused uncharacteristically. Actually, I'm gonna knock. What? Why now all of a sudden? You've been barging into his house your entire goddarn life, my dear man. Because this is serious business, and he'll be so happy to see us they won't see the real surprise coming. Wow, I think he'll love that. The warmth intensified in Cove's expression. His hand changed direction and he gave the door 2 firm knocks. It didn't take Mr. Holden long to answer the door. His initial shock quickly melted into a cheery grin.
Come on.
Hey, come in. His attention bounced back and forth between you and Cove as he moved aside to let you stroll on in. Hey, Dad, how are you?
Great.
Great, sport. Cool, well, Cove stalled, bashfully staring down at his feet and rubbing the back of his neck. You knew just how important this was to him. He took a deep breath and didn't wilt under his dad's growing concern.
So,
Blue and I were talking about the wedding, and I realized I needed to ask you about something. I'm all ears, son. Whatever you need, I'm your guy. Cove swallowed nervously and nodded. Then the corners of his mouth started to perk up. I was wondering if you might be alright with being my best man in the wedding party? Mr. Holden slammed a hand to his chest, clutching his heart. You waited for any kind of sign of life. A part of you wasn't even sure if he was breathing until he finally gasped into a lungful of air.
Are you
Cove,
sure?
you don't have to do that. Cove's brows bent up, but his delicate smile grew wider. Nobody's forcing me. This is what I want.
that's...
Dad, you've always supported me, through the good and the bad. For my whole life, you've taken care of me. His expression was earnest as he stepped forward. Your chest swelled with pride, listening to Cove's honest plea. Why would I want somebody else to be my best man? Completely touched, Mr. Holden grasped his son by the shoulders and then wrapped him in a hug. Cove embraced him just as tightly and rested a cheek on his dad. There's nothing in this world that would stop me from being there for my boy.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dad. Sniffling, Cove's voice came out softly and laden with emotion. With teary eyes, Mr. Holden invitingly reached an arm out to you. That simple invitation instantly had your vision clouding with tears. The Holdens felt like family to you, and right now, it really settled in how much all of you were now, without question, family. Inching forward, you let yourself be pulled into their loving embrace. You clung onto both of them. Finally, Cliff pulled back, letting his shaking form settle again. But, Dad? Cove's tone dipped back down to tepidness. There was actually something else, too. More? Bewildered, Cliff's head swiveled back and forth between you and his son. He didn't dare try to guess what it could be. Blue? He set it up for you, and it was on you then. You made your wishes known. I want you to walk me down the aisle? His wide open mouth closed up at the ends of his brows pulled together. Blue, are you sure I deserve to be the one who does that? Definitely. You do deserve it. There was a delicate crinkles still in the corner of his eyes, but he grinned as wide as he could. Then you got it. If you believe in me, I better live up to that. I will live up to that. I'd be proud to walk such a great woman down the aisle. Thank you so much. That was a massive relief for you, and Cove sniffled tearfully at your side. Well, I'm sure you're both busy, so I won't keep you. Mr. Holden crossed his arms. Despite the misty eyes, he beamed, taking in the sight of you and Cove. But I'd really appreciate you both coming by. And I'm around if either of you two ever need anything. Thanks. And yeah, we'll need to invite the rest of the wedding party before we see the wedding planner later. You were our very first stop today. Mr. Holden managed to brighten even more hearing that. Cove shyly nodded and rubbed his arm.
Nice
Very
work.
good. You're being so responsible. I won't hold you up on your way. Thanks, again. I guess we're on to the next stop? You glanced over at Cove, he nodded surely, and you felt a calming surge of confidence. Have fun spreading the good news. We will, Dad. We will. Bye, Dad. See you soon. The sun was warm on your skin as you left Mr. Holden's house. Stretching your arms overhead, you pivoted to Cove, feeling refreshed. Ready?
Come on.
Yep, let's go. Your lips twisted into a teasing grin. Cove arched an eyebrow. You think we need to hike back to the car for this perilous walk? Across the street? It's a dangerous journey, I'm told. Cove snorted and shook his head. The effort he was exerting not to laugh made you snicker. You couldn't have been more pleased with your life. Stepping up to the condo, you rang the doorbell and waited. The longer you stood there, the stranger you felt. Because this still felt like your own door. The expression on your face pinched together oddly, but it was short-lived as your ma swung the door open and validated your thoughts. Oh, hello, oh sweeties, welcome home. She eagerly ushered you both inside towards the living room. Ma then went over to the hall and cupped a hand to the side of her mouth to be heard in the other room. Pam, come see our guests. Mom curiously peeked out of the bedroom door. When she realized who it was, she beamed and gave you a little wave. Hey, kiddos! Hi. Hi, I missed you so much. I missed you both. Your mom's expression softened. Mom joined you all in the living room alongside Ma.
How are you?
What can we do for you today? We've been working on some wedding preparations, and we were hoping to include you in that.
Oh?
I wonder what that could mean. Ma raised an amused eyebrow and then turned to Mom. Shyly, Cove glanced at you, wordlessly asking for you to take the lead here. I got it, my boy. I got this. Mom and Ma, would either of you want to be a part of our wedding? Cove and I were hoping that Mom would be a groomswoman for Cove and Ma would be a bridesmaid for me.
Of course.
Ma excitedly looked from you to Mom and then back again. She was thrilled. If you want me to be a bridesmaid, then I will be. All I want is to be there for my wonderful child's very special day. Mom put her hands on her hips. She studied Cove carefully, but her seriousness quickly melted into something prouder. You bet, Cove. It's so sweet and thoughtful of you to have me on board like this. Now I'll really have a chance to treat you like one of my own kids. Mom winked and then snickered at her own joke. Cove let out a nervous laugh before nodding. In all seriousness, I'm touched. You've both made me very happy. A small relief sigh took away the remaining worries twisting in your gut. That went even better than you thought it would. Be sure to take care of Blue, Lonnie. I always will, and you better take care of Cove back. A mischievous look danced across Ma's face. Mom chuckled, already anticipating what Ma was thinking. It's a good thing we're in different parties. Now neither of them will be out of our sights.
Nice.
Absolutely nothing is gonna get past us. Zero funny business. Everything was so much sweeter knowing your moms were thoroughly enjoying this. Spying on Cove out of the corner of your eye, you caught the fondness he exuded watching you in return. He seemed just as pleased with your mom's reactions.
In that case.
Okay, well, we'll let the two of you go about with the rest of your planning. Thank you so much for surprising us with this. Mom brushed back her hair, observing you both affectionately. Mom nodded in agreement. You've got a lot to do, but I'm sure you'll be able to hack it. Hack it? Raising an eyebrow, you put your hands on your hips. Cove grinned, already amused with where your train of thought was going. We're gonna knock it out of the park with flying colors. We're gonna put together the best wedding anyone's ever seen. You know what, Blue? I believe you. You're always amazing. Thanks. We'll be back around soon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate it so much. The tips of Cove's ears were red, but he did his best to be unruffled under your mom's stares. He nodded with a warm smile. Bye. Goodbye. See you around. After your moms walked you to the door, you and Cove stepped out into the neighborhood, ready to tackle the next task on your to-do list. With one last glance around the neighborhood, you silently said goodbye. There was so much more to do today, and that would require hitting the road again. Humming to yourself, you watched Cove bring the car towards the city. Your next visit would be a meetup with Terry and Miranda in their neck of the woods. You couldn't wait. You did tell them in advance that the wedding planning was bringing you and Cove out that way, so your friends were expecting you today. But as far as you knew, they didn't have any idea what you were preparing to ask. Pulling into the parking lot along the street, Cove was in high spirits. He eagerly hopped out of the car and you caught up to him with light steps. You weren't that far away from the car when you heard familiar, friendly shouts nearby. You spotted Terry and Miranda running along the brick path to meet you and Cove halfway.
Hey, buddies.
It's so good to see you! Randy, Terry! You darted over to their direction. Chuckling, it was Cove's turn to hurry back to your side. He gave your friends a wide wave as he caught up. I missed you too! Hey, thanks for coming down. Blue and I have something to talk to you about, and it's really nice to be able to do it in person. Neither of them dared to interrupt, but Terry and Miranda did share a silent look. They both seemed eager to know the details. Terry, could you be a groomsman at my wedding?
Finally!
Yes! I made the cut! Thrilled, he threw a satisfied fist in the air. Terry's grin stretched ear to ear. Don't act too... I think that's a good sign. We did a good job deciding the parties. Teasingly, you continued to scrutinize your friends and Terry crossed his arms defensively. I'm a groomsman and you can't take that back. It's set in stone.
I mean...
We could take it back. No! Cove snickered, leaning towards you. And Miranda, will you be a bridesmaid in my wedding party? Thanks. Yes, I accept. Thank you so much. That would be wonderful, Blue. Terry cheered again, pulling Miranda in for a one-armed side hug. You matched their excitement. Go Team Cove! No, Team Blue forever! Go Team Blue! You cheerily moved your hand like you were waving a flag. That got a hearty laugh out of both Terry and Miranda. Team Blue and Cove's wedding forever. Terry put his hands on his hips and nodded sagely.
Agreed.
That's the truth, Randy. Seriously, thanks for this. Yep. Yeah, it's super nice to include us in the wedding parties. Of course. We couldn't imagine the wedding any other way. Thanks for meeting with us today. It's nothing, but you probably have to get going now, huh? Yeah, we have a meeting with the wedding planner pretty soon. The Baxman! With a curt shake of his head, Cove rolled his eyes, completely amused. Miranda's brow furrowed. Wait, I thought you were joking when you mentioned that. Is he really planning your wedding? He is? Wow! Oh, wow!
Preposterous.
I remember when we were all here watching free-range fireworks. Now you two are getting married and Baxter's the one planning it. Preposterous. It's definitely something, but that's what we're doing and we're gonna do it now. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm. Understanding, Terry gave a thumbs up. Safe travels. Bye, have fun. Next time you see us, we'll have more wedding planning, so be ready. Terry and Miranda remained on the walkway while you and Cove returned to the car. When you were alone again, you spoke up. That was good. Yeah. He wasn't facing you, but you could still admire the happy curve of his lips. It was nice to visit with your friends for a little while. It was even better to have another thing set for the big day. With a determined stare, Cove pulled his phone out and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Once it was all set, he put the car in drive, and you were both on your way once more. With a determined stare, Cove pulled his phone out and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Once it was all set, he put the car in drive, and you were both on your way once more. While Cove drove, you pulled your phone out and scrolled through your contacts list. The rest of the task would have to be done long distance, so you turned the speaker up and made the call. Dialing your big sister, you set the phone on speaker. You were already expecting the inevitable jokes she'd have up her non-sleeves. Hello, Blue. What do you need to inform me of? Hi to you too, Liz. Oh, hi, Cove. This is gonna be good. Liz's intrigued tone became teasing, realizing she was on speaker. I guess you can't even pretend to have a normal conversation first.
No!
You're planning a wedding! You have to have something in the works by now! You could tell by the way Cove quietly took a deep breath that he was conflicted. In your gut, you knew he wanted to admonish her and shake his head, but she wouldn't see that. I'm so glad my big sis is on the ball. So you do have wedding news to share. And Cove and I were hoping that you'd be a bridesmaid for me. I knew it. The only reason you would be calling me like this would be to ask something like that. Yeah, you're very clever for cracking the case. That's correct. And it makes sense. And of course you'd request me to be involved with the wedding. Liz cracked up over the line. She needed some time to collect herself, but when she did, she spoke much more earnestly this time.
Thank you.
But that aside, honestly, I'd love to be your bridesmaid. Thank you so much for having me. I wish I could have done this in person. Thanks, Liz. I know, I won't let you down, little sister. I'm glad you're gonna be a part of this too, Liz. It's natural that you would be. You've been there all along, for better or worse.
Rude.
Rude, but fair. I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
We gotta get going and do more wedding things. Talk to you later. Keep me updated. Bye. Bye, Liz. And with that, you could happily check another box off your to-do list. That was another invitation sent and accepted. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Eagerly, you waited for your cousin to pick up. Cove noticed out of the corner of his eye that you positioned the phone a little further away than normal. He nodded in agreement with that decision. Hi, Blue! How's the wedding planning going? Any news? Here we go. Despite his amused tone, Cove still held the wheel more tightly, bracing for the volume of the coming conversation. Lee was clearly already excited for any potential scoop. Oh, what's that, Cove? Hi! Hi, Lee. She uncharacteristically remained silent after the greetings, waiting patiently for what this was about. Hey, Lee, can I ask you something? Will you be a bridesmaid in my wedding party? Really? Ah! Chuckling, you could feel Cove's affectionate gaze on your skin. It was easy for you both to imagine the way Lee must be vibrating with wedding energy as she let her enthusiasm spill out loudly over the phone. Lee's cheering was exactly what you wanted to hear. Eventually, she called an end to her mini celebration when she was forced to pause to take a deep breath. You leaned over and spoke out the side of your mouth towards Cove. That was definitely a yes. Sounded like one to me. Totally yes, I'm in! You know I am! Yes! Oh, I'm still just stunned about everything! My cousin's getting married! This is gonna be so amazing! Thank you, Lee. We appreciate the support. That's what family's for! I'll always be just a phone call away! Thanks, Lee. We have some more wedding-related things to do, but we'll pick this up again later. Works for me. Good luck with the planning, and I expect a detailed report face-to-face soon. Of course. Bye, Lee. Bye, Blue. Bye, I'm still here. I'd never forget you. Bye. Energized, you hung up, already awaiting the next time you'd see Lee in person. Stretching your arms out, you pleasantly took in the world rolling by out the window. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Staring at Kyra's name, you hoped that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple of rings. Hello, Blue, and hello, baby. Hi, Mom 3.
Huh?
Hi, Mom. How'd you know I was here?
Come on.
When are you ever that far from Blue? Especially with what's been happening lately. Yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good. Real good. Blue and I actually have something we want to ask of you. Oh, I'm all ears. I was hoping you'd be a groomswoman in my wedding party.
My baby.
Aw, my heart. Yes, of course I'll be your groomswoman. You can count on me.
I'm so glad.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, that's what I'm here for. We have to keep going with more planning, but we'll talk to you later, okay?
Makes sense.
Good luck, my babies, and take care. I'll see you both again soon. Thanks again. Bye. Bye, Mom. Cove was elated when you ended the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the to-do list. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. You didn't have to hover over Derek's name. You hit call without another thought. He picked up before the second ring.
What's up?
Hey, it's Derek. How's it going? Hi. Everything's great. Hey, Cove's there too. Talking to Derek always raised his spirits. You chuckled watching Cove's grin widen. Hey too, and Cove's right. Things are good.
Awesome.
Awesome. Did you both need to talk to me about something specific, or is this just for fun? Yeah, about that. Yeah, you're gonna be the only man on my side of the wedding party. Cove trailed off so that you could pick the conversation up. I wanted to ask you to be my man of honor.
No way.
Huh? You're man of honor? You want me for that? Yeah, there's no one else I'd want in that position. You hoped that he could hear the sincerity in your voice because you meant it wholeheartedly. Out of all the possibilities you considered, this felt the most right. It would mean everything to me if you'd be my man of honor. There was a still silence on Derek's end, and you couldn't help but give Cove a look. But then there was a clear inhale, and you realized the stun of your question must have worn off. Hell yeah! I love Derek. He obviously loves you, and he lets it all go because he knows that Cove is like the best thing for you. And I adore it. Of course I'll do it. Absolutely.
Leave it to me.
You want to rely on me for this? Then I'll be the greatest man of honor you've ever had. And that's a fact, since it's not like you'll be getting married again. I'm the only man of honor. Cove huffed a tiny laugh at that. Yeah, I hope this is the only time Blue will get married to someone. Unless it's me again for a second wedding. You could hear Derek snickering again over the line, but he soon settled down and your cheeks were starting to hurt from smiling so much. Seriously, congrats to you two again. It means a lot to me that I get to be there with you through this. Thanks for being there, Derek. I don't think we can thank you enough for all this. You were pretty sure you had knocked him speechless. All you could hear over the line was some snuffles. You both felt fortunate to have such a good friend in Derek. Cove glanced at you with eyes full of affection before moving things along. So, that's what we're calling about. And now there's even more wedding planning to get to.
See you.
Well, I won't keep you. I'm glad you called. See you later. Yeah, you will. Bye. Bye, Derek. Bye. Leaning back in your chair, you finally put your phone away and slid your attention back towards Cove with an easy smile. The high excitement was fading and leaving a comfortable tiredness in its place, but you wouldn't trade the joy and support you got today for anything. Cove gave a little cheer over your mutual success.
Yeah!
We did it! We have a wedding parties! Cove didn't take his focus off the road, but you could hear every bit of relief in his voice. The corner of his mouth curved. I mean, I guess it's not exactly surprising that things went fine, but it's hard to act casual about any of this. It matters as much to me too. I can't believe it's happening. The look on Cove's face crumpled sweetly with emotion. Your voice broke, feeling momentarily overwhelmed. Cove, we're getting married!
Me too.
I know. I keep having to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. How do you know this isn't my dream? A teasing gleam danced across Cove's gaze as he peeked at you. He seemed awfully pleased with what he planned on saying next. Should I be pinching you instead? Not right now. I was kidding. Are you sure? 100%. We're actually living our dream, my dear man.
All right.
Okay, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There's a whole rest of a wedding to plan for. Yes, there is, my dear boy. Yes, there is. And we shall plan. Right. A new day and another visit to your new wedding planner came down the rushing river that was your life at this time. You, Cove, and Baxter were each settled into the same spots as the appointment prior, but there wasn't any of the initial shock. Instead, things started off with a simple greeting. Hey, we have a wedding party now. Everybody we wanted accepted. Oh, you work faster than I do. Wonderful. I'll check it off and we can move fully forward. I hope you're excited. I couldn't be more excited. Cove stutteringly giggled over the conversation.
Me too.
Oh, Cove! Well. He pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluid motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that's taken care of. But there's the meal catering, cake, and any other desserts you want. I want cake. Cove, I know that. Baxter coyly grinned at the abrupt interruption. Unbothered. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are the outfits for you both. And you'll naturally need to decide where the ceremony and reception will be held. If you're feeling underprepared to make a call on any of that now, we could always start with the dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding is gonna be is pretty important to get done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing, it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment, before bringing it back up. Blue, any thoughts for your to-be husband? We need to decide venues now. Venues are like top priority, Cove. No matter what, because you got a certain time period you got to get through. Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you.
Absolutely.
All right. Now we're getting serious. Cove gulped, his Adam's apple briefly retreating up his chin as if afraid, but he nodded his assent.
All right.
Blue is right. We should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do this. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you readied yourself for such a crucial decision in your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area which used to be private locations, but have since opened up specifically for wedding ceremonies, for any couple who'd like to make use of them. Naturally, there's also plenty of commercial locations, which can easily host a full-size after-party for your reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. Or if you prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. He chuckled, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. You could go for a spot that can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location. But there's no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards, either. It's entirely up to you. He held a hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continuing to smile wryly.
But
I don't wish to get carried away in a preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, the hand on which he held in the air now propping up his chin. Ceremony first, then we'll do the reception. He bit his lip before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's the one I'm most excited about, too. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair, then took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen with the other.
I can do that.
I've got photos of the places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at his screen, pulling up the previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use.
So
there are a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, mosque, or synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach, as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. What do you got in mind, Cove? Cove's eyes darted over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So, we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places. Baxter nodded amably. Amably? I think that's how you say it.
certainly.
What do you have in mind?
Well,
He was looking down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. There's the Poppy Hill? He grinned back at Cove. It made sense given its starring role in yours and Cove's shared story. Cove, still flustered, returned your grin sheepishly. He was clearly pleased to see that you'd been happy with his suggestion. He turned back to Baxter. I think it's too small, Cove. I told you about it. It's where we got engaged, and he swallowed. It's where we first met.
That's sweet.
Aw, yes it is. He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It's rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guests having to stand, there's just not room for chairs. We could still set up a simple ceremony there. Cove chuckled as he strained up in his seat. It could be worse. Cove? No, my boy. We'll do something else. The confidence had been restored to him, having Baxter take his suggestion seriously, and even offer ways to accommodate it had helped put Cove at ease. Then he checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If poppies are what you want, there is another option.
Does that sound alright?
I know of a bigger, flatter field of those flowers in Sunset Bird area. It would be spacious enough to have a full setup there. Cove tilted his head as he peered at the phone, genuinely intrigued by the news of another source of his favorite flower.
Oh?
That's cool. It did sound like it might be quite a stunning location. You began to consider the possibility. Good to hear. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapping up, and another idea came to him. What is your other idea, Covey boy? Are people... Oh, Cove! You're sweet, but no! Don't do it! Even though it's kind of... He drew his feet close to the sofa as he looked down, growing shy. We've made some special memories there. Baxter nodded surely. It's an option for the certain spots. We could get it set up if you want. Cove grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so you could see the palms of each hand.
Well,
Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out the most for you? I think the poppy field outside of town, it gives the same impression, but it's not as tight. Baxter made a ring with his finger and thumb as he gave you an okay sign. It took him a little while to find a good photo. That was fair, since it wasn't a venue he initially suggested, but he soon had his phone turned towards you and Cove for inspection. Wow. Cove's eyes stretched open as far as they could go as he leaned to examine the photo. That's just wow. He repeated his initial judgment breathily, utterly enchanted by the vast field of white poppies. Slowly, Cove managed to tear himself away from the screen and his thoughts. He turned to face you. He cocked his head to the side, wanting to know what you were feeling about the prospect. I think this is the one, don't you? Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The poppy field? His wavy brows relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathy snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're gonna have a poppy field ceremony!
Exciting.
Yes, Baxter. Yes. Your voice just comes at strange moments. He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost imperturbably as he clicked away to get the information he needed. There's a couple of big halls you could consider, one which is frequently used for dances, and another for more formal events. There's also a large room in a historic mansion that could host the reception, the same one I mentioned before. A rather new option is actually the aquarium in our city over, which now has the bandwidth to hold the private events. Cove's jaw dropped and he uttered a single word.
Seriously?
Really? Really. It'd be the main display room with the floor-to-ceiling tanks. His mouth continued to hang open, his face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who'd be as excited by the option as Cove. As such, the news had temporarily stunned him. All at once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider.
Of course.
If you wanted something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And even though you don't want to use the redwood forest for your ceremony, it could work for a reception, so you're welcome to keep it in mind as an option. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it. He pursed his lips as he dug around his mind, pondering possibilities. As a thought struck him, he shifted to face you. What about the country club your moms are a part of? He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up to his tongue.
Right.
They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out. Before you'd come to a decision, Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks. Yes, the Cypress, I believe. You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him.
It's doable.
They would be absolutely able to host your reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It'd be cool if we went with one of the other things. I just thought it was an idea. I agree. It was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt they'd be able to do an excellent job if you choose them. But it's really what feels comfortable for you. Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on the knuckles of his left hand. He was still holding his pen and his phone, ready to leap into action.
What do you think?
What's holding the most interest for you right now? We can talk it over. God damn it, it's the aquarium, It's the aquarium, guys! Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment. That was very nearly all it took, as he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. He showed his screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bopped to his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on the screen, you wonder if he was even aware he was doing it. It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. I feel like that's gonna work. Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for our reception? His voice lit it at the end as though he was asking a question, but he didn't even seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right. It would match us for sure. You let out a sigh of satisfaction, pleased that Cove had come to the same conclusion that you had. You already begun visualizing your reception there and known it had to happen. The aquarium was definitely the right choice for the two of you. Your energy was mounting. With venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to a sharp clarity. The excitement radiated off of you and onto Cove. He pulled himself closer to you on the sofa, your legs brushing against each other. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. A ceremony at the Poppy Hill and a reception at the aquarium after, Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. Your eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between finger and thumb, and then he smiled.
Perfect.
Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You got your wedding locations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple and yet so monumental that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. You read the emotions in Cove's expression that was playing outside and inside you too. The joy of being a step closer in the planning the event and the anticipation for the day itself. Cove beamed back. Thank you, Baxter. His expertise had helped you and Cove enormously. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all he could think about was, not what I meant to do, was the day that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. He would now need to reach out to the location managers and make arrangements, so you came to the mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of the matters right away. Goodbyes followed, and then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. It was a great way to end that day's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations of the previous day. After having settled down as the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back to their initial appointment levels. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave a space open for Cove to get lost in. Your planner went right to the point. What shall we be doing today? Let's pick a cake, Cove, because I feel like that's something you want to do, my boy. Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he'd registered your choice. Beside you, Cove's excitement had bubbled over. He was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself.
Yeah!
Good idea, Blue. I'm definitely ready to plan treats. His open enthusiasm tickled you, exciting an adoring chuckle that slipped out. Across the table, Baxter joined you with a small laugh of his own. Meanwhile, Cove seemed oblivious to your amusement. You figured he was too lost in imagining the delicious cakes to notice what was happening around him. What you needed now was for someone to turn those dreams into reality. The agency had worked with suppliers of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries that were recommended for weddings. You and Cove had a few personal favorites too. Together, you reviewed the websites for all potential bakeries. Baxter had a wealth of handy tips for what to keep in mind when it came to specifically to commissioning wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them to arrange a meeting so you could select the flavors and discuss design ideas before working out practicalities. He easily secured a time that worked perfectly for you and Cove. That brought you to the end of the meeting. The decision of which bakery to choose, the scheduling, briefing them on your basic requirements, had taken up all the remaining time you had for Baxter today. The three of you rose from your seats one after the other.
Goodbye for today.
It's been great seeing you. Yeah, I can't believe next time we see you we'll have our wedding cake picked out. Yeah, unless the bakery cancels on us. Cove's face fell. His horrified expression broke your composure, making you snore with laughter. Kidding, I'm sure that won't happen. We'll have our cake session, Cove. Of course. I'm sure you'll have a great time together. I look forward to hearing what you decide on. This is gonna be like a 3-hour video, unfortunately. That's what I feel like it's leaning towards. Like we're an hour and a half in. Although I won't be there in person, you can always text me if you want advice during the process. Oh, I'm pretty sure Cove's gonna be on top of this. Cove puffed his chest out proudly. Thank you, Blue. He waved goodbye as you and Cove left the office for the day. A light tinkling of a bell over the door announced your arrival as you and Cove stepped inside, where you were immediately welcomed by a pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses, even before you'd taken a single bite. Decked out in a pretty shade of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cove closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. There was a soft air of cakes and pastries baking in the oven, tingled with the warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. The display case was full of the daily selection of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. The selection ranged from intricate specialty cakes to more rustic homey brownies and cupcakes. Usually, those kinds of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You were entirely focused on even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. You could tell Cove shared your feelings. He waited beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell his anticipation by the way he kept a close watch on the kitchen door as you waited for an employee to come to get you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he'd visit a bakery, where he'd have rushed over to the display case and immediately began picking out cakes to take home. As he shifted from one foot to another, you knew he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. Luckily, his self-control wasn't tested for long. Soon, the door to the kitchen swung open and a friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began heading over. As they approached, you saw that the name on their tag said Xavier, with a little purple button pinned to one strap of their apron with the words they, them printed in black letters. Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a welcome so warm you could have sworn it had come fresh from the oven. Hello, thanks for coming to Zake. Is there anything I can get for you? Hi, Cove paused, pointing first at himself and then at you as he spoke. We're Cove and Blue. We have an appointment here? His voice, which had started out measured and even, became hushed as the thrill of what you were here to do started to get to Cove. Oh, Cove, you adorable sweet boy. When he resumed speaking, it broke further still, delving into a rushed whisper that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's to plan our wedding cake. We're getting married. Good job, Cove. Good job, boy. Thank you for making time for us. Xavier's eyes lit up at the introduction. Of course, welcome Blue and Cove, our bride and groom. Cove preened ever so slightly at those last words, his chin jutting out with confidence. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here. We're so happy to be able to work with you for such an important event. You can take some seats right there in front and we can start talking options. Xavier gestured to a nearby table. You and Cove obliged, taking your seats as you sat down, your stomach somersaulted. You were really here to pick out a wedding cake, the cake that would be served at your wedding. It hadn't quite sunk in before, but being invited to begin had made it feel more official. But knowing that you weren't alone in the feeling that way comforted you, and you grinned at the love of your life, Cove beamed back at you. The baker had taken a detour over to the back shelf where Xavier picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. I went over the info of our baking assistant took when the appointment was arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's get to it, starting with the size of the cake. How big are you wanting to go? We can go as big as 5 tiers high.
Maybe.
2 or 3 maybe? Cove boy. No. I want 4. Yeah, definitely. He grinned conspiratorially. Did you say that so that I would tell you more? I'm not gonna complain about having more. Seeing as you reached a conclusion, Xavier noted it down in the binder. A 4-tier cake it is. Xavier glanced up from the binder, smiling. That will give us a lot to work with. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of decorations you want us to aim for in overall style? Cove pursed his lips. Stumped by the question, artistic vision had never been his strong suit. Though you'd reviewed ideas for decorations and color schemes together, asking Cove to distill these visions into the themes, and themes into words was doomed for failure. You took it from there and said, I feel like it has to be beachy. It's Cove, it's gotta be beachy. Cove sighed, relieved, and expressed his approval.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. We can work with that for sure. Any color ranges in mind? Well, obviously, it's a bunch of blues. Again, Cove fell silent, like a kid hoping not to be called on in the classroom. Even though it was just the 3 of you, he had no chance of hiding. You could swear that he was shrinking lower in his seat as if hoping to go unnoticed. As entertaining as that was, you decided to spare Cove before he slipped under the table. You spoke up and said, mostly white with color pops. I think that's good. Got it. And what's the one color you really want me to keep on top of my mind? Blue. Where's blue? Blue. Nice. I'm getting you. Xavier looked up from the binder. Right, so we're going for a 4-tier blue cake that's beachy. You could picture it now. It was going to be perfect. Yep, that fantastic combo is definitely our cake. Cove, who was staring at you like you saved him from a life or death situation rather than answering a couple of simple questions in a pleasant bakery, gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. This cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. Xavier got up and made their way into the kitchen. The fun part? Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. He peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind closed doors. Craning his neck didn't grant Cove X-ray vision, but that was just fine, as you weren't kept in suspense for long. Blech. Xavier quickly returned with a large covered serving tray. Cove gasped, his fingers curling with anticipation. Careful, coming through! Xavier lowered the heavy platter onto the table where it clattered against the hard surface as it settled. Xavier lifted the cover to reveal several plates of little cake slices, with mounds of different frosting and filling flavors. The beautiful array of colors breathed into a selection made wonderfully presented arrays of treats. Cove gasped, wowed by the revelation.
Oh!
We get to try samples? Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given how much enthusiasm Cove had, you bet there weren't many previous grooms whose response could compare. You do. Xavier pointed to the tray and began talking to you through the selection, starting with the neat little slices of cake. So we've got a few cake flavors for you today. Vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. Xavier then moved over to the frostings and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple, mocha buttercream. Over there we've got chocolatey and fruity fillings, though the inside can simply contain more frosting if you prefer. Having talked you through the samples, Xavier straightened up. These are some of our most popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options on the order form. As Xavier talked, Xavier took out 2 copies of the order sheet and presented you with one each. All the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out before you. That's everything. You're welcome to eat whatever parts look appealing. Or you can have everything on the platter if you've got the stomach for it. Cove's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Knowing Cove, you suspected that he intended to take Xavier up on the offer and to sample everything. He picked up the fork provided and began systematically working through the platter. He took scoops out of the cake, frosting and filling options in turn, moving from left to right from top to bottom. You chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Though Cove was evidently intent on eating a bit of everything, you noticed that he was careful to leave at least half of each sample in case you wanted it too. Do a small tasting. You'd try a bit of the cake just to check it out, and that would be enough. You surveyed the platter to finalize your choice, though your ears had already perked up at the mention of a certain flavor. Cove nodded at you encouragingly as your fork hovered over it, trying to convey his recommendation to you without words. His eyes were shining as he looked at you, glad to be sharing this experience. He was equally excited to hear that you'd be letting him eat as much as he wanted of the other samples, as you were happy with the one you'd taken. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot you weren't alone with Cove, but this too was by design. The baker stood by approvingly, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. I'm feeding you, Cove. Cove spotted the poised fork in front of him, laden with cake. You knew your intention had been understood as the blush spread over his cheeks. Even now, it was criminally easy to make him embarrassed. Still, he leaned in and opened his mouth to accept the offering. You brought the fork to his lips and he happily ate the treat. Thanks, Blue. He held up his own fork where the bite he had been about to take was waiting. For you. Cove's eyes glittered, happy to reciprocate. I don't know what's wrong with me in speaking today. You bit down on his fork. The cake seemed sweeter than when it was being fed to you like this. Cove shimmied happily in his seat. The different varieties had gone down very well with him. They're all so good. He cracked a grin. Hey, could we get a tier for every flavor? Xavier laughed. Unfortunately, we can't, but at least not in a single cake. I'm guessing you don't want several different cakes for your wedding? Yeah, we should go with just one. It's okay, Cove. We can get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. It would be nice to taste and experience over again, year after year, especially if you could continue to get cakes from the same bakery that had provided your wedding cake. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was a perfect hit. Now that you'd had a taste of the bakery's cakes, Cove had had several, it was time to figure out the details. We can do the cake in all one flavor, top to bottom, or let you choose 2 sets of different flavors. What works for you? Having different flavors for the different tiers sounds like a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Cove lifted himself off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forward towards the tray and shifted to be situated on the side of the chair facing you.
So?
What's your thoughts? You don't need to stick to it forever, but were you thinking some kind of plain, chocolatey, fruity, or what? You picked up a copy of the form and reviewed the options again. After studying it carefully, you said, chocolatey. Okay. He rested his chin on his hand and stared thoughtfully into the distance. A smile drifted across his face as he pictured the possibilities for your cake. What about something like a marbled cake with milk chocolate ganache on the inside and peanut butter cream on the outside? It's an option, but can I tell you my idea too? Of course, you know me. He'll eat anything. His impish gaze fell onto the now empty platter. I'll be happy with whatever we pick. Cove was by no means a fussy eater. You could tell that he'd enjoyed the full selection of samples, and he'd been happy with all the options presented. You were free to pick out something different. Still, you always appreciated Cove's willingness to listen to you, whether it was a passing thought, a deep-rooted worry, or ideas for your wedding cake. Thinking about the type of cake you wanted, you decided to suggest... Well, I want a red velvet cake. For the frosting, you liked the idea of white chocolate. And when it came to the inside filling, you proposed... whipped... Specifically... I think hazel. What do you guys think would go with... Obviously, cream cheese is like the normal one. I'm gonna go with maple or hazelnut. I want to go with maple. Cove leaned back in his seat, watching you curiously as he waited to hear what you were thinking. You glanced over the form again and got started on the next tier. Thinking about the type of cake you wanted, you decided to suggest... Yay. This will be a matcha cake. For the frosting, you like the idea of... ube. When it came to the inside filling, you proposed... preservatives, specifically... I think apple. Apple or peach? Let's do apple. Cove, who'd been nodding along with your suggestions, recapped the idea. So you're thinking a matcha cake with ube for... Are we back? I think we're back. So, unfortunately, guys, you guys are... Hopefully, I'm gonna be able to edit these two together. But, my recording stopped because I ran out of space because, shock of all shock, Pokemon videos and the quality that I was putting them as take up a lot of goddarn space. I had to delete 8 Pokemon videos that added up to 25 gigabytes of space. And then obviously the video up to now was 5 gigabytes of memory. So this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna try to edit these together. If I don't, you're obviously getting 2 episodes, which I feel sad about, which is the only reason why I'm like ramble explaining right here. But it was definitely a shock. I looked over at the other screen and I was like, oh, you stopped recording. What the hell? It was very shocking. You got it.
Sounds good.
Sounds really good to me. Your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set. You were sure it was going to be a hit at the wedding. The inside of the cake is great. Now all that's left is the cover. How should we wrap your baby up? Do you want fondant or maybe ganache? Cove shrugged. You said, I want buttercream, just buttercream. Got it. Almost done. They scribbled that down in the binder. Xander scribbled that down in the binder. Finally, what elements would you like me to include in the design and presentation of the cake? I want... and fresh flowers. Extra fancy, huh? That works for me. Awesome, we've got ourselves a cake plan. The baker's words made it official. You'd picked your wedding cake. You couldn't help being especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was such a focal point of the party. It would be featured in photographs and shared amongst your family, and the joy of the day distilled into a beautiful confection. Just thinking about it left you breathless. You glanced at Cove out of the corner of your eye, wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were. He was leaning forward in his seat, a rapt expression on his face. As Xavier continued continued speaking, you pulled yourself back to the present. I'll take all the info you've given us today and use it to think up the finished design. I'll keep you in the loop on how it's going. Though, before you go, are you wanting any other desserts on the side? Maybe cupcakes or cookies? We could do something else if there's anything specific you have in mind. Oh, do you make fudge? Cove's eyes grew wide at your suggestion. He looked over to Xavier hopefully. Unexpected but not impossible, we can make you some fudge. Cove beamed with delight. The three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. Xavier skillfully guided you through it all to determine everything from your preference for flavor and texture to the quantity you needed. Eventually, it was all set up. Xavier reviewed their notes in the binder. So, you're getting a 4-tiered cake with a beachy kind of feel that's multi-flavored. And you're also getting some fudge along with that. Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again, you and Cove standing over it and ready to take the first cut. The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, complementing the picture perfectly. Yes, those are our desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again, his hands clasped against the edge of the table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. This is gonna be good! Xavier grinned, pleased to see the two of you so happy. Thanks again for coming to us for your wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for you on this big day and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at him. Bleh. Once the final arrangements had been confirmed, you left the bakery feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be just wonderful. Cove naturally shared your optimism completely. As per usual, you, Cove, and Baxter met up on another day for another session. A few light-hearted words were engaged as Baxter watched the two of you amusingly. Cove's mood was still shining, and Baxter could tell.
So?
I take it the cake design went well. Like a child who was excited to show their latest work of crown art to their teacher, Cove shared the news with pure happiness. We're getting a really big one. I'm so pleased to hear that. What shall we be doing today? I think we need to get our clothes. Wonderful. He clasped his hands together at the thought.
Well.
I can imagine you'll both look incredible, so I recall that you were both planning on getting your outfits together. Is it a couples only time, or are there plans to bring anyone else along? I want my dad to come. It sounds like something the best man should do, right? And I'm not gonna get my man of honor to do it,
I mean,
I know my mom would want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'll be nice for Mom to see it on our actual wedding day, though.
Of course.
Oh, Baxter, just suddenly saying something. You felt for Cove, familiar with the issue yourself. You could think of a few geographically unavailable people it would have been nice to bring with you as well. Oh, is that why I can't bring Derek? Teleporters would make life so much easier. Yeah, it would be more convenient. Even though it would have been nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, you were sure that no matter what Cove wore, Cairo would still be just as excited to see him on the big day. Do you mind my dad coming along? Whatever makes you happy, Cove. A small smile crept on Cove's face.
Thanks.
Oh, thanks. I'll give my dad the heads up so he'll be ready. That's great. Can I tell my moms that they can come? Definitely. He scratched the back of his head, unintentionally musing up his own hair. I don't know anything about wedding clothes. It might be good to have more people to talk about it. With that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect. But before you run off to that next outing, it would be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on what store or stores you'd like to visit? There are 2 excellent local shops that should be able to set you both up with whatever you need. One is primarily a dress boutique, but it also has romper and skirt options. The accessory selection is also divine. There is also a shop that focuses on suits. Pantsuits, skirt suits, they have it. They also have all the relevant additions that you'll be likely to want.
I guess.
I'm gonna wear a suit, so I guess I need to go to the suit shop.
What do you think?
And you, Blue? I will go to the boutique.
Sounds good.
That's good with me. Which one do you want to go to first? Let's go to the boutique first. It felt like an auspicious place to start. You look forward to seeing the yards of fabric of stunning options. Dress shop it is.
Lovely.
Lovely. You make this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over for his notebook on the nearby desk. He clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest to you, and I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright. He waved you both off. Thanks. Cove's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up following him. We appreciate you making this easy for us too. Time passed from your next meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for the big shopping trip. The time came for the big shopping extravaganza. You and Cove piled into his old car and drove off, ready for whatever was to come. There was a pit stop at the old neighborhood to pick up all the parents. Luckily, it was on the way. Mom ended up squished in the middle of Ma and Cliff in the back seat. Oh, this is hurting my throat. They were all happily chattering about possibilities.
Now.
I'm sure the kids will find something perfect.
Well,
I don't know. Do they sell tuxes that can also double as swimsuits or at least waterproof? That's a good question. Do you think that'll be on the label? Cove sighed loudly, but you could tell he was enjoying his dad's off-the-wall ideas. You could tell your mom was having too much fun encouraging him. We could always search for something that's not dry clean only. That's a step in the right direction. Oh, there's the shop there. Up ahead was a very proper, fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. You entered the boutique and took in the view. The first thing you noticed was how warmly lit the shop was. Despite most of the merchandise being stark whites, the lights had a soft glow. It was a fanciful, like a fairy tale place where dreams could come true, and the dresses had room to breathe, each displayed like it was a treasure. In the air, there was a faint scent. You thought it was something floral, but you also thought that something smelled like vanilla as well. Whatever it was pretty and not overwhelming. Fancy! Ma's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the place. Yes, this should do well. Mom chuckled as she walked further into the shop. Well, if Lonnie says it's acceptable, then we're in good shape. Cove scratched his wide eyes, searching around like a fish out of water. This was definitely not a normal Cove habitat. Cliff had a matching expression to his son. He clasped his hands behind his back like a child told not to touch anything. A woman with an official-seeming binder stepped across the floor, her high heels not clacking once. She made eye contact with you and smiled. Hello, is Blue here? You got it, I'm Blue. Yeah, that's the star of the show. Blue's the one looking for something to wear for our wedding. I'm just here because I get to marry her. And yeah, that's why you're here, buddy. Also because I don't trust you with a suit. Thank you for coming and congratulations. My name is Gabrielle. I'll be your stylist today. We'll do everything we can to find your dream look for the day. She grinned brightly and gestured for you to follow her. She led you over to a sitting area. One sec. Before you settle in, let me get a few measurements. You obliged, and Gabrielle took the measuring tape from her pocket and wrapped it around you. You could tell she had a lot of practice with how efficient she was with it. Thanks so much. Now feel free to sit. We can get this going. Cliff sat down first, claiming a seat closest to the corner. He seemed out of his depth. You sat in the middle of the seats. It seemed appropriate, and with how the spots were arranged, you'd be able to get up and out easily. That'd be helpful considering why you were there. Cove took a place next to you, shifting onto the plush cushion uncomfortably. After giving up on feeling comfortable, he put his hands in his lap and sat stiffly. Your mom spilled in to a couple of open seats. Ma seemed to be inspecting her surroundings while Mom beamed at you. Gabrielle flipped over her binder and tapped the laminated pages with her manicured nails. To get an idea of your vision, I have a few questions for you. This will guide the selection process. I find it makes things a little more manageable if I bring you options based on your preferences instead of going over every single piece we've got. We wouldn't want to overwhelm you. From Cliff's corner seat, he leaned over to peek at the binder. He raised his eyebrow and whistled. That's a lot of questions. I had no idea there were so many things you could ask about one outfit. No comment. She had supervised the boutique since you were a child and likely knew more than most of the employees here. However, you appreciated that she was respectful of their process. I know it's a lot to think about all at once, but just take it one question at a time and remember that we can always go in another direction later if you want. Cool, I'm ready.
It's okay.
You can do it, and if there's anything I can do for you, just say. You felt a warm feeling in your chest and smiled. The stylist handed the questionnaire over to you and you skimmed over the questions. It got more detailed as it went, but the start was fairly simple. The type of clothing you wanted brought out was a dress that was in a traditional shade, specifically. You could get champagne, pearl ivory champagne. I think pearl would look pretty. And what kind of garment you wanted and the desired color filled out, the questionnaire transitioned into more style-based questions. You went down the list, picking out a descriptor after descriptor that sounded best. Traditional. Matte cloth. Fitted at the top, then puffing out. Beading and lace. Sleeveless. Floor length. Finally, you handed the binder back to the stylist. She ran her gaze up and down the page. I'm on it. I'll get you something. Gabrielle turned on her heels and headed to the back of the store, out of sight. You let your fingers lace around his. Cove's hand was warm around yours and comforting as you waited. The distant sound of the stylist's heels, deliberately not clacking on the floor, alerted you that she was coming back. She carried a dress that seemed right out of what you pictured from the questionnaire. It was the right color, right fabric, the style you indicated. Seeing all the elements put together in a single piece, the dress had a fanciful feeling to it.
That's
Stunning. Beautiful.
I
love it. That's a quintessential wedding dress. It's gorgeous and very Pam. What do you think, Blue? This is it. Your stylist lit up at your approval. She held the dress closer to you. Then you should put it on. You stole a glance at Cove. He swung his legs in his chair. Unlike before when you could tell he just wasn't comfortable in a new fancy place, this seemed like anticipation. He wanted to see you in the dress. The stylist walked you to the changing room, a generously sized space with a full mirror closed off by a heavy curtain. She hung the dress on a metal hook. Now, before I give you some privacy, would you like me to grab any accessory to complete the look? Anklet, a veil. And that's everything. You shared your ideas with the stylist. From your description, she had something in mind and left you to collect what you requested. You closed the curtain after Gabrielle was gone, and you were glad that there was a space to put your clothes when you changed out of them. You slipped onto the dress, and it fit well for something off the rack. Gabrielle knew what she was doing with sizing. You inspected yourself before you left the dressing room. The view in the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. You slid the thick cloth partition aside and stepped back into the main floor of the shop. You paused in front of another wall-lit mirror and beamed. Gabrielle walked up and accessorized you. The look was finished. In the mirror, the day you were planning I've been talking way too long. In the mirror, the day you were planning for looked back at you. You, in the dress you'd wear to the ceremony, it felt real. You were excited. You felt like jumping for joy and struggling not to run around telling everyone in the shop how lucky you were to be marrying Cove. You nodded at your reflection, then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged around Mom from the side.
Oh.
It's amazing, honey. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over in the unexpected hug, but rallied. You've never looked better, kiddo. Hey, where did this movie star come from? Cliff elbowed his son with a smile. Cove held his hands over his face, hiding himself rather than blocking you out. He peeked through the gaps between his fingers. His hands weren't able to contain the tears that dribbled from his eyes. You twisted around, looking back at the mirror. It was the right choice. You faced Cove once more and glided across the floor to meet him. I'm ready to help you with yours now if you're ready. Cove sniffled and wiped his eyes. He stayed back just enough so that your wedding dress wouldn't get soggy.
All right.
I'm ready. You went back to talk with the stylist together, and she helped you get things sorted. Gabrielle took more of your measurements and discussed the shoes you'd be wearing. The boutique would tailor the dress to fit you and your shoe size exactly. It didn't take long to wrap everything up. You thanked Gabrielle for her help and had every belief that the next time you put on that dress, it would be one of the best days of your life. With your dress settled, you moved on to the suit shop for Cove to start finding what he'd wear to the wedding. After a short drive from the boutique, you arrived at the suit shop. When you stepped into the store, you noticed a striking difference in shades from the dress boutique. The floors were slick and shiny. You ran your shoe over just right. It would squeak. The squeak would echo through the space. It was unsurprisingly well lit, showing off a strikingly prim wares available. Each rack of clothing had its own dedicated spotlight. You shivered a little at the temperature, but it was appropriate for the heavy formal wear customers who would be trying on in the location. Cove had made his way to the center of the room and then froze. His eyes wandered all around, his head on a swivel. He was clearly intimidated by not only the large amount of available options, but also the classy vibe of the shop. Cliff rubbed the back of his neck as he gave the merchandise a wide berth. Now I remember why I've never owned a full suit in my life. This will do nicely. Phew, that's a relief. I don't want to know what would have happened if this place wasn't up to snuff. Mom rolled her eyes at Mom's teasing and grinned. You were glad they approved of the place. A man in a pressed gray suit and green-spotted bow tie approached. He brought a hand up to his chest. Hello, I'm Thol, and I work as an assistant here. How may I help you? I'm Cove. I'm getting married and I need a suit. You stood at his side supportively, ready to be there for him like he was there for you. Thol perked up with a soft smile. Of course, I'd be thrilled to work together to find something. Thol slid up to Cove with a sparkling white smile. What do you want to see today?
Maybe.
Some other stuff, maybe? Other stuff, Cove? Cove glanced back at you, lost and unsure. We can start with a suit. That'd be good. The two men chatted more. Mostly it was the assistant listing off ideas and Cove waffling around with uncertain answers. Ultimately, Thol measured Cove and brought out a few pieces of clothing that would make the right cord. Cove had selected a sleek black suit pants with a white button-down shirt. It was properly formal and you appreciated Cove taking the wedding so seriously. Do you think this is the right one? My vote is go blue for the shirt and white pants instead. Cove happily accepted the feedback, trusting your preference. We're getting there, cool. He rubbed his palms against the other, finally seeming more optimistic than uncomfortable. You liked his grin. Cove wandered around the room, poking into various walls and racks, and there were only a few more decisions to make. Thole followed him, asking questions and pointing out options. You chimed in if you had an idea. Between the three of you talking, decisions were made. In the end, Cove's final look would have a white jacket, a black vest, and a tie. With the selections finished, Thole hung the complete outfit in a dressing room. Now, to try it on. Cove nodded uneasily. He disappeared for long enough that you started to feel anticipation building in your stomach. Psh. It took a bit of fumbling around and a bit of muttering, but eventually Cove came out. His I'm sorry, where's his shirt? Where's the suit? Where's his suit? I love the muscles, but where's his suit? He was nervous about wearing it, even more nervous. He's startled, his idea of knocking him out of embarrassment of being the center of attention. I just remembered, what if I tried one of those flower things? You know, those flowers that get pinned to stuff. A corsage? He grinned when the right word came to him, and he tilted his head towards you, asking for your opinion. A corsage would be nice. Okay. He walked over politely to get Thole's attention. He turned away from the jackets he was sorting and smiled. That's fantastic. Do you need anything else? You saw Cove force himself not to direct his eyes to the floor at the compliment. His cheeks still turned pink. Can I have a corsage? Do you have them? We do. Just follow me. We'll find one that you like. He's still not showing up! Is it because I chose a black vest? The assistant led Cove off to the corner with different kinds of accessories. When Cove came back, he had a white poppy corsage pinned to his lapel. He let out a stuttering breath and stood up straight for your evaluation. Cove stiffly spread his arms out, letting you get a good view at the suit.
So...
We're gonna try to change a part of it. What do you want to change? Think it doesn't need the vest? Nope, still showing up! Let's try this all over again. Let's try black pants. Cove promptly returned to the dressing room and changed into the new outfit. Nope, still not showing up! I swear to God, if I go into the wedding and he's not wearing anything, I'm going to lose my god-darn mind. Let's try something different. Let's try this one more time. A white jacket, black vest. Fine, we'll go with no tie, corsage. White for the shirt and pants work. Nope, still not showing me anything. Let's try something different. Maybe it's the shirt. It's the part. I want it to be blue. My vote goes blue for the shirt and white pants. It's still, I swear to God, if we go to the wedding and he's like this, it's gonna ruin like everything. Oh well, we'll do this. You teared up from how gorgeous it is. I mean, I tear up how gorgeous your muscles are, my Cove boy. It's perfect. Cove's mouth wobbled with his own eyes growing shiny. Blue, you're really grown up. Cliff's words were choked as he stared at his son in wonder. So handsome!
Nice.
What a keeper! Cove peered at himself closely in a floor-length mirror. He ran shaky hands down the front of his shirt. It's smooth. Of course it's smooth. There's some washboard abs, buddy, with no hair in sight. I like the look. At the same time, once again, Cove, you're not wearing anything! He stretched his limbs and watched how the clothing laid on him. He wasn't quite posing, but he was definitely running the outfit through its paces. He turned back to you as his fingers tapped on the
Yeah.
I'm gonna get married in. This is what I'll look like when I'm married. Again, if you look like that when you marry me, Cove, I'm going to flip out. His excitement hung in the air like a star, bright and full of energy. You better believe it, you stunning, well-dressed man. This was better than you. This was better than you had hoped when you had first walked into the suit shop. No longer was he blushing or hiding. Cove was ready to marry you in this suit. Thole gave a thumbs up to Cove, satisfied at a job well done. Congratulations. After admiring the outfit for a little longer, Cliff sneaking a few pictures, Cove changed into his normal clothes. He finalized the details with Thole. Thole pulled out the measuring tape and took a few more quick size checks. They'd be used for tailoring the outfit so that it fit Cove like a glove. All the arrangements of getting it paid for and prepared were taken care of as well. You and Cove got into his car once more. He turned the key and started up the AC. After spending all that time in a cold shop, the outside air was warmer than comfortable. Don't drive without us! Mom joked as she took her seat. Ma buckled her seatbelt. Cliff climbed into the back. He had an accomplished expression on his face. We did it! He spoke as soon as all the car doors closed, pride in his voice. We really did it! It's wonderful and amazing. You're right. Both our outfits are perfect. The fact that you had found exactly what you wanted was such a relief.
Right.
Yeah, we did good. And formal clothes shopping was actually easier than I thought it'd be. I'd been worried I'd get lost in all the options and wouldn't be able to find anything. But it was all good. Feeling light, Cove checked the rearview mirror and started to back out. It was time to go. After a while, it was time for you and Cove to say goodbye to your parents. Cove parked in the familiar street to drop off his dad and your mom's.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting us come along. Hopefully we didn't cramp your style too much. I'm sure soon. I learned a lot. I learned more about formal clothing today than I have over the rest of my years combined. Mom chuckled at Cliff's declaration. And you haven't even picked what you're wearing to their wedding yet.
What?
His eyes widened. He shot a furtive glance at Cove. I don't have to dress up that fancy, right? I can just wear what I got, can't I? Oh no, you cannot just wear what you got. I don't even want your hair looking like that right at my wedding, but I can't do anything about that, can
Yes.
I? Yes, Cliff, you should wear something nice, but it can be simpler. So, let us know if you need any assistance. I wouldn't mind another shopping adventure. I think Pam's the same. Could be fun. Cliff considered it. He didn't appear to be jumping at the chance to find himself a matching suit. Thanks for the offer. The parents strolled off together, still chatting, and Cove was back on the road with you in the shotgun. In the car with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on the day. You thought back to what you had put together and felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. We are now like 2+ hours into this. Oh my god, there's so much here. I thought there was a lot in step 4, but the wedding is like continuously feeling like a never-ending storm of what's going on, and I love it. And at the same time, I'm like, God, this thing is long. Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup. He was waiting there for you.
So?
Hello. Were you both able to find pieces you're happy with? We did. It was wonderful. Yeah, as it should be. What shall we be doing today? Let's do the dance sessions last. All right. Cove's brightening enthusiasm was no surprise to you. Food always excited him. Baxter placed his hands on the arms of his chair and lightly tapped with the tips of his fingers.
In that
That
case,
should be a nice time. I'll make sure you find the proper service to meet your needs. But don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any of the details for your menu. Thanks. I appreciate that. After the rest of the session circled around finding a specific catering company, and eventually you all agreed on one in particular, they were able to make arrangements with you right away. One phone call and you had scheduled a time to go over the details in person. That included a meeting with the chef too. And as an added bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. It was a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help.
see you.
It's my pleasure. Of course, I await your next visit. We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as he watched you head out the door. Once you were outside the offices, you noticed the little pep in Cove's step. You were both in good spirits. Chipping away at the wedding planning had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. You were led inside the building past the seating room and directly into the commercial kitchen. It was sleek, silver, and so clean that it sparkled. That observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman with a sink large enough to be an arm's length deep. She looked over her shoulder and grinned broadly. Hold on, I'll be right with you. Right there. She finished washing up and quickly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron. When she reached you and Cove, she gave a little bow. Hi, I'm the head chef and your caterer. I hear you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full-course meal with a menu tailored to your taste and requirements. We also include all the plating, silverware, and glasses. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's cantor, Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the groom. And my name's Blue, I'm the bride. I love it, you can call me Rhonda. Okay, hi Rhonda. Hi Rhonda, thanks a bunch for meeting with us. Marvelous, now I have a little pamphlet that I'm gonna go grab. You can read it and leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster, it's fine. I'm gonna explain everything myself anyway, think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up the 2 information sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arms out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned his around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You studied the one in your hands too. Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get to the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk the menu. You can choose to have a single menu that's constant across the board, easy peasy, or we can do 2 full separate types of menus based on different dietary needs. Guests could choose between them, and we'll prepare as much of both as needed. If practicality goes without saying, we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if any comes up. For example, a situation where just 1 or 2 people need specific elements left out, we can work that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu do you 2 have in mind? No special requirements. There wasn't anything in particular you felt you needed to restrict or make specific arrangements for. Your group of friends and family could work with whatever. And that's the only menu style we need. You were confident that your friends and family were in for a delicious surprise. Turning to Cove, you checked to see if he had opinions on the menu. How does that sound? He paused on that thought. Cove scratched the back of his neck and let out a chuckle. There's nothing else I can really come up with. You said it all. You had a grin at that. There was almost nothing you 2 wouldn't try at least once. Great. That's the biggie already done with then. Let's keep that ball rolling. Alright, what's next on the agenda? At the minimum, there's gonna be a main entree in our service, so that's one course automatically. And if you're having a cake or other desserts, that's technically be another course for your guests. Although that doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer here. I can go up to 6 courses, the dinner, and as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at a salad, soup, hot appetizer, cold appetizer, and or a palate cleanser. Do you know how big you want your service to be? Oh. Let's have a 5-course meal. Seriously? A 5-course meal plus the dessert we're getting? He was slack-jawed at your suggestion. Yeah, Cove. Wow, okay. Cove's shock melted into a rumbled laugh. More food is the last thing I'm gonna be upset about. 5 courses then, eh? Sounds like it. Do you know what you'd like for it? I want one of them to be a soup. That's a yummy choice. I'm sold. Okay, so we have an entree and a soup we're agreed on. Yep. The chef glanced up from her notepad. She twirled the pen with her fingertips in anticipation. It's coming along nice and so far. What else were you thinking? Palate cleanser, salad, and a hot appetizer. Perfection, this'll be tasty. Oh, and how much heat are we expecting for the dishes? We can keep it all very mild and we can easily push up the spice levels. Uh-huh. Mild as a base, please. That'll keep everyone happy. Maybe there could be sauces on the table for people to add their own. We can do that. Your lips pulled into a happy smile. Not that you were surprised, but still, you were grateful to have Cove's full support here. And the chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you had discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about the drinks? Are we just water please party, a coffee, a tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water if you have other options, so don't worry about that. Oh, I'd like there to be, well, obviously, we're gonna have wine. We're gonna have wines, waters, fruit juices, and cocktails. That's everything. I think we covered it. There's nothing else I'd want to add. We'll make it happen. So that's the menu type, meal scale, spice level, and beverage basics. Please, Rhonda rolled up her sleeves. Her gaze fell onto you and Cove with a new determined gleam. Let's go deeper. Cove smiled nervously at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. You had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into specifics such as the main protein, the side dishes, the side ingredients, the style of cuisine the foods would be based on, and so on and so on. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually a finalized selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food. But most of all, you were grateful to have a set menu planned for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for a rest, but hang on and stay with me for a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, there's something else? Yes, it's called presentation. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? Taking extra steps. She's right. It'd be good if it felt special for She's right. It'd be good if it felt special for that day of all times. That works for us. So as I started to talk about way back when, we'll provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain and have little swirly details around the edges. What do you think of that? Before you or Cove could even consider giving an answer, she held up both her hands to stop that and stole a glance over her shoulder. Oh wait, give me another second. I'll grab some stacks. You should see it before choosing anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpanned. You can pick the plates. Thank you. The abrupt clattering came from the direction she disappeared down, and a moment later your caterer had reappeared. She kept her word and had a pile of plates balanced in each of her hands. She stepped up to clear a counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerfully, almost musically, while setting out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them, perhaps so you knew for sure what they'd look like together. Here's the what? Cove looked on distantly, but you leaned forward to properly scrutinize the pure white dinner plates. And there's the swirl. As promised, this time there was an extra design element on the plates. You considered it carefully. Now, what are you thinking? I like the swirly one. Got it! Thanks for humoring me. Thanks for humoring me. And because we're getting the hot appetizer course, there's an extra piece to the puzzle. Now, what we could do is just bring it out ahead of the meal and place it in front of each guest at their seat, but that's not our only option. We could also have all the appetizers out on a single table with the very start of the reception so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or we could even have servers walk around the room with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout the party as they mingle. Best to leave it on a single table, and that way everyone can go at their own pace. Makes sense to me. Righto, that's what we'll do, thank you. And now you can breathe, we're done. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notepad and put it aside. Okay, cool. I'm glad we have that worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda. That's great, thanks for all the help. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 5-course, no special requirement, mild meal with your guests we'll be talking about for years to come, I promise. Neat. One last quick question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here again? Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cove's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall and take a left to another hall, then a right, and then you'll find the exit. It was so nice meeting you. Thanks again. After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both sides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged exactly the way you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. He glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening.
Hello, folks.
Welcome back. What's on the menu? Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnestness. A lot of things. Delicious. What shall we be doing today? We're dancing today.
Exciting.
Oh, you want to get started on that? Exciting. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to a point where his whole hand was an extravagant gesture. There's a room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. I'll need to schedule it, of course. We need to be certain there won't be any conflicts. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped his finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with a flourish and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open angstiness. Cove and I can attend lessons in the afternoon. And Blue, we can have the evening. I believe I can pencil us in as early as tomorrow for the first sessions. Happily, there's enough vacancy in the event room for individual sessions. One-on-one lessons are ideal for this. Every person is at their own level and will need guidance in different aspects. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner, despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. Yeah, we'll both put on our dancing shoes. Baxter placed the phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss.
Excellent.
I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards. He asked for your input occasionally and finalized the times. He planned each detail out exactly. Any specific idea that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music are you thinking of? Would you rather go with something fast or something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. A recent wedding I helped with went with classical music for the first half and then early 2010 dance music for the last half. There's no wrong answer to this. Cove shrugged and left the space for you to answer. Ooh, 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 ooh. I think it'd be fun to use video game soundtracks. Yes, that's me! That's so me! Oh, we're doing that! We're doing that! There were many video games with great soundtracks that you thought would be a good fit for a dance. Baxter nodded approvingly. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Cool! I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for. Can you, Cove? Can you really?
Absolutely.
Of course. And speaking of, let's chat about particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished, and it was time to leave for the day. Goodbyes were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. A bit after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted to do the lesson on his own. He would show you his moves after he practiced. You wished Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. You had heard about a new store that had opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to other options, but you stalled in the snack section. You debated buying something in order to not leave empty-handed. Let's buy some chips. You snatched a bag off the shelf and brought it to a checkout. They were not salt and vinegar flavored. They were salt and vinegar. Cove's gonna have some. Oh, not what I meant to do. Another store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, and you were on your way to finishing your errands. It was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. When the time came, you drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Cove greeted you with a smile and hopped into the car. He closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. Tell me everything. Cove shifted in his seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter is kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. What did you talk about with your time together? To yourself, you admitted you were really curious. From what you could remember of the summer years ago, Cove and Baxter never spent time with just each other. Cove hummed in thought. We mostly just focused on the dance lesson. I think we also talked about general wedding stuff. He asked me about the material of napkins I liked. Nothing personal. He didn't bring up anything from back before when he wasn't our wedding planner. He paused for a moment, then continued. It had to have been on purpose, I guess. He didn't forget how I'd get uncomfortable when people acted too friendly too fast. You heard Cove tap on the car door with his fingertips as you made a right turn. I wouldn't have minded talking a little more now, so we kind of made progress in more than just my coordination. A smile tugged at your lips. That was good to hear. You finally pulled into a parking space and parked the car. You couldn't linger in the car too long giving your own lesson. It was time to go. You looked at the grocery bag in the back seat with the snack you had bought. If you're hungry, feel free to snack. He probably needed some fuel after dancing for so long. You pointed over at the food and Cove's eyes widened at the sight. You're the best! I'll see you later. Bye, I love you. I love you too. Cove leaned over and gave you a quick kiss. You beamed back at him. You left Cove with the car and walked with a bounce in your step to meet up with your wedding planner turned dance instructor. The door of the office building let you in after a firm yank. The air was cooler than it was outside. You followed Baxter's directions from yesterday to navigate the wide halls, a left past the fire extinguisher, and then a right at the first set of doors. You found a set of thick glass doors. You peered into the large event room. It had to be the place. You entered the space and noticed the towers of chairs on the sides of the room. It was easy to imagine the room filled with a crowd, but for now it had all been cleared for your private class. You walked across the empty tile floor to the counter at the back where Baxter was. He raised his hand and waved you over, setting aside some notes he had been reading. With the paper and elegant fountain pen left on the counter, he strode forward to meet you in the middle of the large room.
Hello.
Welcome, Blue. I'm glad you can make it. Hey, Baxter. Thanks again for scheduling this. It was my pleasure. I hope you've been well. You literally saw me yesterday, dude. I'm fantastic. Excellent. Baxter pulled a remote from his jacket pocket and clicked a button. A speaker system you hadn't noticed before crackled to life. Familiar music filled the room. He must have been busy to already have the songs that you had talked about yesterday ready. He tucked the remote back in his pocket, then Baxter turned his attention to you. He offered you his hand.
Well.
I'll lead, at least at first. We can switch later if you prefer. His gesture felt grandly formal. He'd had enough performance practice to really feel as he'd stepped out of a fairy tale ball. You immediately accepted his hand. It was time to dance. His fingers linked around yours and he put his other arm across your back. You relaxed into the proper form for the dance, muscle memory taking over. Baxter did not attempt to direct you, just remaining present as a reliable partner. You followed the music, timing your steps to the rhythm until you found yourself relaxing into it. Practicing like this was helping to smooth out any creases your flow might have had before. Baxter suddenly smirked, the twitch of his lips getting your attention immediately.
You know.
I recall that this wasn't just dance lessons I was available for, was it? I also offered to give you rides whenever you needed them, didn't I? Hopefully I haven't let you down with that. It took a moment before you understood what he was talking about. You laughed, clear and bright. I think I'll be alright. We have our own cars now. You were impressed he still remembered, but then again, you also remembered. It had been a particularly memorable summer all those years ago. Being firmly in the flow, the discussion died down. The only exchange was the music and the sound of your shoes on the sleek floor in time with each other's. Do you still dance often?
No.
I don't compete anymore, if that's what you mean. I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby lately. I do it for weddings, if the couple would like me to assist. He gazed into the distance, somewhere else for a heartbeat. Then he came back to you and smiled. I still love dance, clearly. He wiggled his eyebrows and put emphasis on his movements. You had to admit he appeared happy enough during this session. There just isn't room for everything. I imagine you've dealt with similar situations in your adult life. Bummer. You understood what he meant. What fit in your life was different now from what it had been years ago, too.
Thanks.
Thanks for giving me an excuse to make time for a dance. No thank you. The feeling is mutual. You also love the excuse to dance. This session was a lot of fun. If only the world would give more excuses to dance, that would be a planet you'd love to live on. So, we're gonna break the ice, buddy. Why'd you never contact me again? He faltered in his step, throwing the dance into a halt. He recovered quickly, his toes going back to precisely formed motions. But his face still showed the strain of the upset. I know you had to go back to college, but I never understood why that meant you couldn't text or anything. Oh, Baxter. He took a deep breath. Tremors went through his shoulders from the effort of keeping his perfect poise. I apologize for vanishing so thoroughly, and not even attempting to keep in touch. It was unkind. His lips twitched. It was closer to a grimace than anything resembling a smile, even though you thought that's what he was attempting. I didn't think it mattered at the time. to end it completely once I left Sunset Bird behind. At least, that's what I told myself. Or rather, what I hoped would be true. I wished hard that when you and everyone there didn't see anymore, that you'd never think of me again. You'd go on with your lives happily and I wouldn't factor into it. He paused again. How did music sound so much like cold silence? That doesn't make much sense to you, I imagine. Baxter offered a one-shoulder shrug for your supposed trouble. You waited for him to explain. It's the eternal story of my life. I want to be liked, but I can't be important. A friend for a season, a planner at a wedding. That's me. I'm not like him. Cove is a fiancé. He stays. He tries. Clingy, I think your friends and family liked to joke. I never thought so. He didn't even care for me, but was willing to dance together to do a better job for his wedding. In life, there are just some ones, and then there's the one. You found your one, and I'm genuinely thrilled you did, and that he found his. All I want is to assist with that happiness, and not get in the way of it. But neither of us are here for our old relationship dynamic. That's ancient history. We don't need to get married in the past when the future is so bright. Baxter's tone was pointed with finality. That was as much as he would say. The pace of the dance sped up, going back to what it had been before. You nearly stepped on his foot at the sudden change. Since he clearly was not going to discuss it anymore, you didn't attempt to pry for more details. This had gotten into incredibly personal territory. You deserve to be important. He dropped his gaze at your words, uncomfortable with your sincerity. You decided not to push anymore, and the tension slowly drained out of him. Baxter schooled his face, and for all the world appeared like the conversation had never affected him. So, tell me, how did things go with Cove? Baxter chuckled as he led you to the left. You followed, watching his reaction more than your feet. Cove is a remarkably sweet man. You have nothing to worry about, in more ways than just his dancing. But I won't say anything else. Instructor-client privilege. That response piqued your interest past simple curiosity. What had happened? The question was plain on your face, but Baxter suddenly focused on your heels. With him staring downward, you paid more attention to your timing. Oh, Baxter! It was clear you weren't going to get any more out of him on the topic. The acoustics in the room were surprisingly good for dancing. The music was at a good volume, and despite the tile flooring, the tapping of your steps didn't echo distractingly off the walls. You tried to relax your shoulders and pace more confidence in your movement. Left foot, left foot, turn. You observed the easy way Baxter seemed to glide across the floor. Following his lead was easy, but you concentrated on taking it further. You mimicked what you did, attempting to learn his gracefulness. He chimed in after he noticed what you were doing and made small suggestions as needed. You both continued to dance as the song cycled through and back. Thoughts played in your mind about the surrealness of reconnecting with Baxter again after all these years without contact. However, that was secondary to your goal of dancing well in your upcoming wedding to the love of your life. It wouldn't be too much longer until you would be doing this with your husband. He obliged easily. By the end of the session, night had fallen. You said goodbye to Baxter and Cove came to pick you up in the car. You mirrored his actions from earlier in the day, climbing in the passenger seat and clicking in your seatbelt. He took the opportunity to copy you as well. So, tell me everything. The amused sparkle in his eye let you know that using your words was completely and utterly intentional. I'm glad I did it. You bounced on your seat full of energy despite all the exercise you had. It had been a good experience. Cove grinned widely, happy for you. I'm glad this was a good idea. Also, did I thank you for buying me a snack earlier? It was good. You're welcome. I hope there's some left? You craned your neck around to inspect the back seat. You saw an additional sack, and Cove laughed. Don't worry, I didn't eat everything. I bought some drinks to go with them. I thought they'd be a nice post-dance pickup. Cove better know how much you love him, especially in moments like this. What did you and Baxter talk about? You couldn't forget how Baxter phrased it. You were too curious. When you were together, did something happen? I don't know. He sounded truly confused. He tried to think back, but it was apparent that nothing came to mind for him. We didn't talk about anything important. Why? Did he say something to you? It seemed like he was implying something. The angle of Cove's eyebrows crept into a concerned territory, so you elaborated. It wasn't bad. It actually seemed good. He thinks you're sweet. Cove's brows pinched together. Now they were approaching deep thought. I guess? Well, I'm not good at dancing. I never have been. You know that. It's hard and nerve-wracking. And I made it clear why I was going through this. It was something I'm not cut out to do. Who it was for. He showed you a soft smile, and his eyebrows evened out to normal. Maybe that's what he meant. You blushed, your eyes staying to a window. A parking lot had emptied out from earlier this afternoon. It really was just you and Cove. Maybe it was. You felt very lucky to have such a loving fiancé. With the day's arrangements taken care of, Cove pulled out of the empty lot and started the drive away. Next time you were scheduled to come by would be for the usual kind of office visit, no dancing required. You highly anticipated meeting back up with Baxter. You had a good feeling about where this wedding was going. When you arrived for your session the day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a steady rhythm. It seemed the lessons from the day before were still on his mind. Sup? Hi.
Good afternoon.
It's so nice to see you again. With all of the work, planning, and effort a thing of the past, you were having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourselves on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from nervousness so badly, the bend in his knees was like a snap of two branches. He nearly fell onto the cushion. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease.
Well, well, well.
Then, this is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? After how many meetings and appointments we went through? Definitely. Cove didn't react whatsoever, not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran his hands along the inside edge of his jacket, placed his most encouraging smile on his face.
To be honest,
you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make certain it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove until it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice. Thank you. That's what I like to hear. Thank you. Now. Having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode. He touched the tips of his fingers to a pile of papers on the desk to his side. We've got the details for your hotel for you here. I was able to book 2 standard single bedrooms for you and your parties to use to get ready in. The hotel is minutes away from the ceremony venue, so you won't need to make a trip out there in the morning.
Not bad.
Thanks, Baxter. You're good at this. Cove's admittance was almost embarrassed. He scratched at his cheek and shared a look with you. He remembered how hard of a time the two of you had getting a room when you had come into Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly without prying. He leaned an elbow against his chair's armrest and propped his head up against his hand.
Glad to hear it.
I do strive to be. He continued to relax, following up his prior motion with the cross of his legs. And I very much appreciate your great patience with the series of questions throughout this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I'd like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony? That was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have the words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smothered it over by elaborating. I know some couples follow a tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the wedding, so it's a reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically though communicate over phone, and there are those who don't participate in it whatsoever and stay with one another. This time, Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in.
I don't know.
I didn't have plans to be away from Blue. You know, I like being around her when that's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that if it's a special thing for weddings? He laughed breathlessly and sent Baxter a question of his own. Are you gonna make fun of me for being clingy now?
Never.
Oh, Baxter! You're shooting at my heart, my boy! You knew just how much Baxter meant that. Cove, however, didn't have the same context. Oh, okay. That's lucky for both of us. I'm clingy too. In disbelief, Cove's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express his want to always be around you, and no one in the room had given him a hard time for it. Cove absolutely beamed at the revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you and by how cute he genuinely was. But you made an effort to not be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. Cove, would you mind staying aside? We can talk over the phone. Yeah, definitely. Call me. I'm glad you asked, because, yeah, I am kind of clingy. Cove shuffled on the balls of his feet against the carpet, all the while glancing over at you bashfully. You held on to his sweet gaze as long as you could. You were going to have to go without it for a while soon. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot in the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tipped past usual professional distance. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice.
Perfect.
Very good. Everything is settled then. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over final details and the whole plan step by step. Baxter wanted to make sure you were on the same page and prepared for the events ahead. He shared amusing anecdotes of past weddings he'd planned. Some highlighted actual potential pitfalls you could intentionally avoid, and others were one-in-a-million debacles. The most unbelievable was a story of a particular orchard ceremony from the year before. The stage was set with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a wooden arch at the end. He was looking on in a final survey, primed for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples drove straight through it. The driver was unharmed when he got the truck to stop, and the couple were still married, a bit in a much simpler arrangement, but Baxter distinctly remembers the almost comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed wedding and then having it flattened back to the ground in the blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. While the planner chuckled in recollection, Cove leaned over to ask you if you thought there'd be any reason a fruit truck might have to be at your venue. You were pretty sure there wasn't. The stories and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. It reminded you of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically, you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. Then goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon like there had been every time you'd visited. However, when you left the office, you had to wonder if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. Maybe you would return one day, if you and Cove decided to renew your vows and needed a planner again. Or maybe you could visit as friends and not customers. Under a wide starry sky, you and Cove hopped into his car and headed back. Despite having done it many times before, it felt completely different that time. After the click of seatbelts being snapped into place, there was a silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from minutes ago had come along with you. Cove's expression was pensive as he rounded the curb and got the car out on the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from the wheels rolling across the tarmac. That was the only word he managed to articulate with his mouth before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately, he made enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now, I have a lot going on in my head. You've probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us, and what's happened, all this. But it would probably make more sense if I said it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped to a complete whisper, but his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's so close now. Cove took in a deep breath through his nose, allowing his fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question.
Don't worry about it.
Pretend this didn't happen. I can wait for you. Thanks, you're always nice to me. That warmed you up inside. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you. But there's a lot of other things I'm thinking about too. Like the fact that these are the last moments of our lives together, not being married. After this, I'll be your husband. You'll be my wife. Unbelievable. I love you, Cove. I love you too. Twisting in your seat, you let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. You rested there at the end of such a long project, watching your almost husband as he continued to drive ahead. The two of you were moving forward, full of hope and anticipation for the very near future. After days, weeks, years of waiting to commit yourself to the love of your life, the morning of your wedding arrived. It was a realization that hit you as you lay in a dark hotel room. You were fully awake and full of excitement. You weren't able to tell exactly how long you'd been up at that point. You rolled over to check the time. Sat on the side table next to the bed was a stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in bright red lines. It was time to get up. At least it was if you didn't want to be late or show up to your wedding in pajamas. And thinking of that, it struck you that Cove had to have gotten up as well, if he hadn't woken up even earlier. Reaching over to the table, you got a hold of your phone. Clicking it showed a string of new messages. It wasn't hard to guess why people might have things they wanted to say to you that particular day, but one name on the list caught your attention over all the others. Cove. He'd messaged you. You opened your chat with him instantly and read each individual text. I'm awake. I wanted to call you, but I don't want to wake you up if you're asleep. It's important to have a good night's sleep, especially now. And all the time. You can call me when you want to. I love you. You started grinning before you even finished the set, and by the end your heart had started pounding painfully. Cove brought you joy so effortlessly. You tapped at the end of the screen to switch from messages to his contact page, clicking to call. There was already an answer the moment you lifted the phone to your ear. Hello, Blue? Yes, hi. Oh, cool, His tone grew softer and you pressed the phone closer to hear. Congratulations on your wedding. Congratulations on your wedding, he chimed back happily. Thank you. It was a lovely moment to share, both mundane and incredibly special in its own way. But then Cove gave a deep sigh. The gentle voice turned into a distant whisper. It's almost time. He brought some levity back to his tone with a joking question. Would it be wrong to say I'd rather see you instead of getting ready? Oh, it absolutely would be wrong, Cove. You're gonna see me soon! Not to say, but you shouldn't actually do it. That got a laugh from Cove. I'll stay. People are coming here soon for the wedding party. After making a declaration to be responsible, he stalled there. All right. Yeah. Cove's yeah wasn't directed at anything in particular. He was grasping to fill space, to buy time while he sorted his thoughts. We're getting married. I'm gonna marry you. The gravity of the occasion fell on Cove heavier and heavier as he vocalized it. My stomach hurts. Cove. You weren't able to say another word before you snuck in an audible breath. I have to go. Right now, I'm getting nervous. It's getting worse, but I want to do this more than anything. Your heart went out to the man you loved. You knew how these events were a struggle for him. There was a gasp as he finally let out the air he'd been holding in. Bye. I love you. I love you too. Without letting his determination lapse, Cove ended the call. As short of an exchange as it was, hearing his voice had been such a nice way to start the day. You knew you'd made the right choice to not fully separate. You sprung off the mattress onto your feet and got into action. You had places to be and people to see. Your clothes were hanging up against the door of the small hotel closet, and you went right over to admire the outfit. It was fantastic. The day was fantastic. Everything was fantastic. You could barely contain yourself. From there, you went to the bathroom to brush your teeth and shower before anything else. Once clean and dry and half dressed, you went back into the main space of the hotel room. Your phone lit up with a new message, and you glanced at it. The wedding party had arrived. They were in the lobby. You put your own phone down to pick up the hotel's landline. When the desk manager answered, you explained the situation, and they promised to lead the group to your room. The call ended simply. A short time later, a knock vibrated through the heavy front door. You answered it right away. Derek was there with a smile to greet you. The rest of the party filed in after. Congratulations and hellos were exchanged as they passed. Hi, this is great! Lee's gonna do my hair. And? Derek knew the arrangement and would make sure it stayed on track, and your party got right to work, changing, primping, and polishing up for the occasion. During the flurry of preparation, the stylist arrived. Derek handled that, going down to the lobby personally to lead the stylist up to the hotel room. You got yourself tucked, zipped, and buttoned into your fancy full dress when a series of rapid but not especially loud knocks struck the door. Only a few people could come to the room without approval, and the sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other main option, you thought, as your man of honor went over to answer the door. There on the other side was your partner in this wedding journey, Baxter. His outfit looked as though he'd reverted back to his teenage self. It was all black. It's adorable! Oh, Baxter, you're adorable. Thank you for being a good boy. I got all three of my good boys here. But you were aware that the staff would be dressed top to bottom in dark shades, to be recognized to the guests as employees and not as possible long-lost cousins twice removed. He offered his polite greeting of his own to you and your party. Hello, and a very good morning to you. Hi, good morning. You look incredible already, but don't fret. I won't interrupt the process for long.
How are
I'm
you?
here to check in. Is there anything you need? You have a way to speed up time? The curve of his smile pulled ever so slightly higher. Unfortunately not. Though let me add, I also came in order to keep you informed of the wedding status. Oh? A hopeful bent came through in your tone.
Yeah.
Yes, the status is, it's ready when you are. It should go off without a hitch. That was music to your ears. You were so grateful Baxter had gone to so much effort as he had for this. With absolute earnestness, Baxter wished you well.
Take care.
Blue, I'll let you return to your preparations now. See you very soon. The frenzied mood of the wedding work swept back in with no further distractions. All right, Liz does my nails. They were long. For the paint you went. They're blue. I have blue nails all the time. Blue nails. Your party was there to get you through the whole morning of preparation. There were laughs and a few tears, all happy. There was a time investment, however. The look did eventually come together. The clothes, your hair, and the makeup was all set to what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. You stood there in the center of the room, and after a moment to yourself, the rest of the group surrounded you. You've never looked better! And that's saying something. Just saying. You're dressed to a T. You're all grown up. Miranda looked on, completely starry-eyed and amazed. Yeah, you're gonna knock Cove right out. And then the moment had arrived. Your body felt hot under your expertly tailored clothes. You didn't have to wait any longer. The wedding was about to begin, and Cove would be there when you arrived. You took a deep, steadying breath and stepped out into the hallway. Rapidly, you made your way for the elevator and took it down to the lobby floor. It didn't take you very long to weave across the hotel lobby and exit through the front doors. Outside, you immediately spotted a rental car that was sent to bring you to the poppy field. You fidgeted restlessly in your seat and settled on stretching your legs out. The corner of your mouth tugged into a smile with a light chuckle. There was at least plenty of leg room. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise because you recognized just how far you were from the Poppy Hill. It would only be a few more minutes until everything you'd been working towards would finally come to fruition. It was the realest that the wedding had felt so far, and your heart ecstatically pounded in your chest. You absent-mindedly tapped your index fingers to the tune of the wedding march. When you realized what you were doing, a happy laugh rocked you.
Let's get to it.
You've got this, Blue. All you gotta do is take care of Cove, and the rest of us will have everything else covered. He placed a hand on your shoulder and held up a supportive thumbs up with the other. Cracking an uneven grin, you nodded. Why do I get the harder part? Why do I get the harder part? But thank you. You're being so supportive, Derek. You're being so supportive. I'm going to full screen because I think we might get the wedding venue shot next. You caught Derek's beaming grin before resting your chin on his shoulder. His laugh rumbled against your chest. Who would have thought this was where all those summers were leading us? Well, it actually isn't that surprising. You both let go and sat comfortably again. Derek smirked. Baxter wasn't kidding earlier when he said that the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over and there wasn't another second to spare. Not able to remain contained for a second longer, you exited the car, went forward, and finally took in the first sight of your ceremony. Oh, it's so pretty! A field of white linen poppies. Oh, it's so pretty. I mean, look at it. It's so pretty. Oh, it's so pretty. That's so pretty. Especially like that arch. Oh, and the flowers are all pretty. A field of white linen poppies. The warm rays of the sun drifted down on you as the floral-tinged gusts of wind came out from over the expansive hills. It was soothing. Beyond chairs for guests was an arch bursting with leaves and flowers, as if it had sprouted from the ground itself. Everything was aglow. Even the petals of each individual poppy seemed to sparkle more than usual. Blue. Your planner had immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good to see you again, so soon after the last time. He tilted his head in your direction, casually while clicking. You stood tall, smiling wholeheartedly, which was all you'd been able to do the entire morning. You could imagine how tired your face would be once it was over, but that was a problem for future you. Then all presence of casualness for the day left Baxter poised. A bright fire lit up his dark eyes.
Now,
it's showtime. Let's get into proper positions. The wedding parties are being led up to the front, where they'll stand by while guests are getting directed to open chairs in the audience area. Blue, please go further back further with me so you can be ready for the aisle walk. You might see Cove too early if you stay here, so we can't dally. Sucking in a full breath, you let yourself be led away by Baxter. You only had to hold on a little longer, then you'd get to see him. You and the planner went back down the bend, and there was an eager hastiness in your paces. A corner was turned, separating you off from the main scene.
does that sound alright?
Wait here for the music cue, then you can walk, okay? Alright, it's gonna be the best walk any one of these people have ever seen. I bet it. Yes, Blue, we're gonna make it the best walk. Good luck, Blue. Good luck, Blue. I'll congratulate you when it's over. He grinned coyly before leaving you there. He had to handle more of the arrangements behind the scenes so that you and Cove could have your spotlights. An assistant joined you only briefly to hand you the delicately crafted white poppy and rose bouquet you had designed with Cove. You gratefully accepted it, taking hold of the base with both hands and gripping tight. They made their exit while you tried to relax with breathing in the gentle perfume of the bouquet. It was sweet and beautiful, reminding you of Cove. Soon after, with a much welcomed face, came to greet you, Cliff. He'd come to walk with you as he promised. He instinctively reached his arm up to rub his neck, his nervous habit, but stopped himself. He instead offered that hand to you as he squared his shoulders. Cliff was determined to be reliable for you. He was able to solidly hook his arm in between one of yours without jostling the bouquet you'd been cherishing. Having him with you was a major comfort, even though no words were exchanged. While waiting in the wings, footsteps, the distant chatter of a crowd, the controlled breathing of your father-in-law, and your own heartbeat pattered in your ears. Your eyes closed as you strained to hear the cue above the rest. But there was no need. You knew the moment had arrived when everything in the distance went silent. It even felt as though your heart froze in place, not wanting one thing to interrupt. The first note was struck. That was all you needed to move forward. You began to walk where you knew you would be. You came back around the way to place yourself in the spot you had first been upon arrival, the very start of the aisle. A tiny but monumentous journey was in front of you. I knew it! I don't know if it's just this file's corrupted, but hold on. I'm going to try and reset my game and see if that fixes it. I don't like that he's not actually wearing his top. It hurts. Like, I want a wedding. I love a shirtless guy, but I want to see you in your wedding attire, and I don't like that that's not happening. So I'm going to restart the game. You guys are going to experience nothing, but I'm going to restart. I'm going to see if I can fix this, or if this is a permanent bug that's just never going to be fixable. All right, so even restarting the game, this still persists. So it's most likely just a bug in the save file, where obviously he's not wearing his wedding clothes. As we've seen before, I've come across bugs in this game because obviously I'm playing this almost as it came out. It's hilarious. At the same time, kind of just shuts everything down. I wanted to see Cove in his wedding attire. Well, now I don't get to see that. I don't get to see the final product. I get a shirtless Cove, but like, this isn't what I'd want at a wedding. It's not. I adore it, but like, again, not what I want at my wedding. I think it's something that's probably easily fixed. I still don't know how I got this bug. But hey, we're gonna continue forward. This is gonna be fun, and I'm not going to die. You smiled softly with tears gathering in the corner of your eyes. You watched as his mouth opened and closed, as if he was speaking directly to you, though he was much too far away for you to know what the words were. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made a move to distract you or Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have noticed if they had tried. All you were aware of in the entire world was the fact that every step brought you nearer to him. Step by wobbling step, you carried yourself along, not letting even your own overwhelming fever prevent you from finishing your crossing. With each uneven footfall, Cove shook anew, and his arms raised a little higher. He wanted to be there for you, but remained where he was supposed to be. You didn't keep him waiting. When you arrived at the end of the aisle, you let go of Cliff and immediately came to a stand face to face in front of Cove. Cliff watched on, hardened before quietly joining the rest of the wedding party. Softly, Cove's lips parted again, and finally, that time you knew what it was, your name.
Blue.
That was perfect. That was perfect. So, that was one of the other parts of this update, was that finally Step 4 Cove would have the voice name options. And it works. Oh my goodness. This is perfect. Oh, perfect. If he said it before, I was not paying any attention. But this, Perfection! Perfection, Cove! Perfection. That is the perfect moment to put my voice name in there. Oh, Cove! This is amazing! It's amazing. I'm so excited. He lifted one hand to wipe tears from the crinkle of your eye. He brought his head lower to be closer to yours, still caressing your face even after all those tears were gone. The delicate way he held you brought so much comfort. You were able to feel more in control of your emotions. Full of love and gratefulness, you nuzzled against the one person who impacted you in such a way. A hush came over the crowd as the religious figure began to speak. It was time. And then your man of honor and Cove's best man stepped aside to where the floral garlands lay. Exuberantly, they picked them up and carried them over. Thank you. Beaming, Derek gave you a nod. The flowers were delicately passed onto you and Cove's hands. With a tiny sigh, you admired the blooms. Cove's eyebrows pinched together with an intense focus. He held the flowers as carefully as he could without dropping them. Your heart pounded in your chest as you pivoted towards Cove. It accelerated and your bottom lip trembled. But then he met your gaze and held it. The seriousness in his expression melted away and was replaced with affection. Taking a steadying breath, you reached over and cloaked the garland in your hands around Cove. His smile softened further while your fingertips clung to the petals an additional few seconds. When your hands fell back down to your sides, Cove returned the gesture. He gently rested the flowers over your shoulders. The ceremony speech flowed over you. You listened to each word, but sentences faded out of focus the second they passed. It was like having a dream. Thoughts and feelings of your own mind held far more weight than anything outside of it. What did break through to you were Cove's bashful gestures. Oh, look at this. Look at that boy. Look at him. He's adorable. He's so adorable like that. That's the face. That's the face you need to remember. A palpable nervous energy that was barely swallowed down. Not one single movement went by unnoticed. Before you could completely lose yourself in Cove's gaze, your attention crystallized in an instant. The religious figure had said vows. It struck Cove as well because his knees visibly locked from underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tip backwards. You instinctively grabbed onto his wrists, pulling on his sleeves in an attempt to keep your beloved from leaning further. Numerous sets of arms rose from all around as both your wedding parties poised themselves to catch Cove if he fell their way. Derek took an extra step further by actually stepping forward. He made certain he could get a hold of his friend if he came down. Cove regained control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the ball of his right foot. He kept that firmly planted. He was still so absorbed in the moment that the notion would be embarrassed by his near faint if didn't take any of the space in his mind. It was as if it hadn't happened, at least for Cove. The religious figure, however, lifted a brow, assessing your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that could not be moved. It was enough to appease your religious figure into continuing. The couple has chosen to prepare their own vows. They will share them now. Cove Holden, please begin. He took a long breath through his nose. After so much build-up to the wedding and all the effort that it took to create, this was the final hurdle for him, articulating his deepest feelings about you out loud. Cove looked into your brown eyes, searching for words he needed. You waited, impressing as much encouragement as you could into your gaze. Finally, Cove began his vows.
Blue.
We met when we were 8 years old. And well, I wanted to run away to Nevada somehow that first summer. I moved to the neighborhood. Truthfully, I planned to do it before my dad and I had even made it to Sunset Bird. It didn't matter what it was going to be like. how could I ever be okay? But I saw you that first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. He sunk lower into himself, sheepishly, and offered a goofy grin.
Well...
I did still make an attempt in my child-minded genius, but it was gonna be for a visit. And you came to find me. You tracked me down all the way to the end of town. You were the person I needed when I was so little and so lonely, and you still are the one I need right now. You and me are a couple of rotten eggs forever. Every far-off image playing out in his mind brought further joy to Cove's features. He laughed nostalgically. You picked my side over your own sister, and put up with me even when I'd be pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset.
Thank you.
I got to have a childhood thanks to you. You didn't let me lose it because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories I cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching the clouds, catching fireflies, and everything else. Though about those fireflies, when we were out on Poppy Hill, and you let me touch your hand to help me catch one, my heart was racing. I accidentally scared it away.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been nervous around you forever. And that's not gonna change, sorry. The lovely flush on his cheeks deepened to an even darker shade of red.
I'm so glad.
I'm still amazed we kind of got together when we were just 13. He tugged at his collar while bouncing on his feet, the exact picture of a giddy schoolboy. We kissed, and it was wonderful. But even still, when puberty happened, so many things seemed harder than before. I'm definitely glad you were around to help me survive it all. Especially my, in hindsight, painfully obvious crush on you. That felt unbearable to me, and I bet was probably frustrating to everyone who was watching too. I could barely manage sitting next to you in a bed and sharing a smoothie with you. Thank God that hormonal nightmare didn't screw things up for me. Oh, Cove. A genuine relief came out from Cove in a sigh. But I don't know how I was supposed to act normal when you looked at me so nicely, with such beautiful eyes. He began to get taken into them as he spoke, his own eyes growing hazy and his smile wobbling. Cove shook his head to force himself out of the self-inflicted trance. That was the time I started sneaking out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you when I was happy, or when something was wrong. I couldn't stay away. Luckily, for me, you didn't mind spending your days or nights in my company. With a light touch of wistfulness, Cove recalled experience after experience from all those years. Going on trips together, big and small ones, just hanging around our house, the neighborhood, talking about who we were as people, playing cards. And that time there was a sun shower. We stuck together during parties, and you could even make it fun for someone as socially awkward as I am. Of course, the way you poured water on Jeremy will always be incredible. Aw, I did that in this playthrough, didn't I? Actually, you've always been there for me when I had to deal with other kids at parks. He continued to reminisce. He chuckled adorably.
Well...
And I started getting closer with your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciate that you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way.
I remember.
I still remember how badly I wanted to be grown up as an awkward tween. Then suddenly, we graduated high school, and it really was time to be an adult. Getting my first job, taking my first long drive without parents, accepting how small our little town was in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to figure out what I was even going to do with my life. I was lost, and all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change. Most of all, you. You were my special someone. That was when I had fallen in love with you. You were the first person I was able to open up to about my sexuality, when I finally knew for sure what that was. And you were the one who would tell me when I was wrong. His speech all of a sudden that he treasured about you went on and on in an uninterrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself. I could talk to you about anything, like the accident when I got my scar. I knew you would understand. And as mundane and drudging adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You let me have tastes of your food, and you always gave the best gifts. You love me even though I'm not a cool merman who could take you on magical adventures. How many crazy things did we get through over the years? A lot. And right from the start, thanks to my dad and his master plan.
Thanks for waiting for me.
And you lived with how long it took for me to be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot, and it didn't do a great at managing it. But I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little more of a big boy about it now, maybe. You just... At long last, he at long last stopped to breathe, before his emotion-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in ways no one else ever could. And well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults. We're at our own wedding.
It's okay.
We made it through it all. All the months and months of growing up, and through making this day happen. Though with how nervous I was, I think I might have worried the planner that I would convince you to elope just to get away from it all. But you breezed past the pressure like it was nothing. I love your sense of humor. You're such an admirable human being. It was the happiest moment of my life when you accepted my proposal. Until now, anyway. I couldn't believe that you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. I don't want to try to imagine how many tears you've wiped away from me all these years. You helped me have the confidence to grow into a man, and you can still make me feel like a kid again. With you, nothing really ends. It just begins again in a new way. And basically, what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I try, I can never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. Cove wept heavily, no longer able to stay above the wave of emotion that opening himself up so fully had wrought.
I love you.
So much, Blue, and... He futilely wiped a sleeve against his eye. Every tear the fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't know how you're supposed to end them. I hope you'll marry me. You were so touched by his words, and your eyes were glossy. Thank you, Cove. Blue, you may say yours. The religious figure had all but disappeared from your mind. All that you had been aware of was Cove, but that request couldn't be ignored. Now you would have to take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you, and everything he had been to you throughout knowing him almost your entire life. You chose to say, I want to thank you for loving me, for me, for helping me feel comfortable in my body. You've always been able to reassure me about that. For sharing your parents. They're a real perk of being with you. It matters a lot to me that you remember everything. For always thinking that I was worth a gold medal, even back when we were kids. For being there for me when I found out about my biological parents. That was important, and I'll never forget your support then. It was so much fun, you teaching me to surf. For all the times you insisted I get the bed. You're a very stubborn gentleman. And besides that, I promise To wait as long as you need for everything. To never stop trying to make you happy. To always leave the window open for you. To go along with your spontaneous dawn adventures. To comfort you when your anxieties make you scared. To still love you even as we both continue to grow and change. To wear an anklet on request whenever you want. To cherish everything you've given me. To get you a house directly on the beach someday. And alongside that, I adore your wavy eyebrows, your laugh and your smile, the way you angrily sip at your drinks, how you rub your arm when you're nervous, how easy you are to fluster, how excited you get about food, how clingy you are, the way you're always somehow a bit of a mess, your awkward way you try to flirt, that you're so open with your emotions. You've been such a beach bum since you were born. The adorable way you text, that you're such a troublemaker. Cove's blush had crept all the way to his neck after you let yourself get carried away listing every detail about him that charmed you. You're my space cadet. And I'm the luckiest person in the world, and you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Oh my god. Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He was laughing, crying, and all around about to pass out. Your religious figure nodded contently, accepting those vows as your sworn oath to your very merely husband. Cove Holden, do you take BlueFlame to be your lawfully wedded wife? You let his hands fall, ready to face you directly. Cove's shaking, dripping wet eyes stayed locked to yours. And with the confidence of a man who had been waiting for this moment for years, he answered with complete surety.
I do.
Voice lines on point! It was absolutely heart-stopping, but your turn to respond had come. And do you, BlueFlame, take Cove Holden to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do! Cove's smile was radiant, and his tears were constant. You sincerely made him happier than anything ever had. Derek and Cliff came up to yours and Cove's sides once more. This time, they brought the boxes containing your wedding bands. Cove's hand shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. With a focused furrow to his brow, he accepted the platinum ring, and the blue sapphire sparkled gorgeously in the light. You gladly offered your hand to Cove. He cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was so still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring the band towards your fingertips. You're joking me! You're joking me! What the hell? What in the world is this? I already played this through and did not get a single one of these. Alright, what messed up world am I living in that you're ruining my wedding? You're ruining my wedding! I can't even see my own hand. And why is his hand drawn that way? I get it, it's probably drawn that way because your hand's supposed to be on top of it, so it's supposed to like hide how awkwardly it's drawn. But what the heck? Can't do this. This is what in the world is this? Guys! I just wanted a good wedding! I can't even see my ring or my nails that I so purposely wanted to see. Your gaze locked onto it utterly amazed. Swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out for you. You held it in return and brushed your... Oh, I also think that it was probably that his jacket was also supposed to probably be up on his arm, so it's not supposed to look like, that awkward. But, we don't got a jacket on Cove, because We've got problems. Got 99 problems. Oh. You guys are gonna get to this point in the video and you're just gonna be like, oh, she lost her damn mind because Cove Holden was just not going with it when I wanted my wedding to be perfect. I couldn't even get you in a suit. Couldn't even get Cove Holden in a suit. Couldn't even get a ring on my finger. Couldn't even get a hand for my hand. Why am I hitting like all the bugs? When you received the matching ring from its box, it slid onto Cove's finger beautifully. He gasped under his breath, fixating on the ring. You tenderly squeezed his hand, and Cove finally met your eyes again. His cheeks held you with an electrifying stare. You were in awe of the whole moment. Then, by the power vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce you husband and wife. You can now kiss. Cove's knees may have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager. His lips brushed against yours ever so sweetly. He indulged in the touch, caressing your cheek at the same moment. You leaned into the touch welcomingly. You used a thumb to carefully push away the tears still clinging to his eyelashes. The beautiful flowers of the garlands tickled against your skin as Cove's body pressed up against yours. After your faces shifted away just a hair's breadth so you could see one another fully, his expression was wholly adoring. You could still feel his warmth lingering. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause around you. Giddy, you ducked your head towards Cove's shoulder and laughed. Peeking over Cove, you realized that he was barely paying any attention to the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you. He scooped you in his arms. The corner of his mouth pulled into a bent smile, and then Cove swept you off your feet. You giggled while he secured his hold on you. Beaming, you loosely wrapped your arms around his neck. His skin reddened, and you took the opportunity to rest a hand on his cheek and plant a kiss on the other one. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed by your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheery waves. Some were even still clapping. Sniffling, your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holden, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you could tell that he had the greatest pride for his son. Driven by the absolute joy of the day, your hand slid up to cup his jaw, and Cove understood what you had in mind. You pressed a big kiss to his cheek and then shared a quiet, close moment, staring up at him through your eyelashes. After leaving the ceremony in the late afternoon, it was time for the wedding photos. You and Cove met up with the wedding party and the photographer while the other guests headed over to the reception spot. The excursion was filled with fun and laughter while the photographer set out to get the ideal shots. Cove lovingly held your face, not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed lightly across your cheek, and then he pressed his forehead to yours. His breath was warm on your skin, and you closed your eyes shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. But you also had a feeling that this was going to be one of the best shots of the lot. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else. And so you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. You and Cove entered through the main doors and into the reception space. There, your friends and family were patiently waiting for this moment. The room filled with familiar cheers, whistles, and applause at your arrival. And the noise lessened, you began to hear various calls of congratulation, congrats, and welcome backs. The love emanating from your friends and family was palpable. Baxter made his way to the center of the room and began to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed his lead and made space in the crowd. When the path ahead cleared out, you took a deep breath. It was time. The beginning note of your first dance song played. You heard a few of the guests speak in hushed tones, anticipation rising as the melody kicked in. Cove met your eyes, as ready as he could be, and you took his hands. You heard the high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling. And now, the couple will have their first dance. Look at... I get that I do this at the wrong moment, but it's like the only moment where Cove's not on screen and I can like actually like see the venue behind you. Oh, hold on. I should probably do this in full screen. Look at that. Look at that venue. I hope I get a shot to like make it clear later. While your legs were shaking from all the acute emotions still lingering from the ceremony, your joy from getting to dance with your husband gave you strength to make your way to the dance floor. Cove did his best to keep up with the cadence of the track. Every so often, he'd have to take a cautious glance around to make sure he wasn't about to crush your toes. Your moves were amazing. Step, step, turn, step. You were one with the music and your routine was on fire. You felt absolutely alive. Your dancing was so good that you were able to cover for Cove's struggles. He laughed as you swept up and down the floor, both of you keeping up with the tempo. The two of you gallivanted across the floor, hearts pounding and expressions bright. Partway through the dance, the music reached the slowest part. The dance for the section was simple and allowed you a chance to prepare for the more complicated steps coming up. Cove took a second to speak softly to you, leaning in just close enough that you could hear him over the music. This is the first moment to ourselves since even before the wedding. Cove clearly was grateful for the chance to finally talk to you. You're beautiful. He squeezed his hand with affection. He held back equally tightly as you continued your dance. Cove flushed in light rosy pink and beamed at you. This makes me think of that night at the summer soiree. Cove let out a stuttering laugh. His face went through a roller coaster of emotions before settling on amused. I hope that I'm at least a better dancer now than I was then, but...
Me too.
Honestly, I was thinking about that too. I remember exactly how it felt, dancing with you years ago. I had a lot of hopes then. I wanted it to last forever. But I also desperately wanted to skip ahead so that I'd know what things would be like for us in the future. And now, actually, we're here. We made it. Cove sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes. Thank God the ceremony is over, and we can just be married now. Not that the wedding is bad. Yeah, not that the wedding is bad. You better take it back, Cove. He winced as soon as he realized how his words sounded. He shook his head. I just kept thinking that I'd ruin something or something terrible would happen. At this point, a truck full of apples could come through and destroy dinner and I wouldn't care. At this point, I want you to put on your tuxedo, mister. I want you to put on your suit. But I ain't gonna get what I want, now am I? I'm touched you wouldn't get depressed over missing out on a meal. You pictured him sulking, sad that he didn't get any wedding cake. Then the music reached a bridge of the song with complex choreography. Both of you had to focus more on the dance. That stopped your conversation in its tracks. The two of you became absorbed in dancing once more as the song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck and... Cove's dip was slightly awkward due to the height difference between you two, and he had to arc his back to get you down lower than you already were compared to him. He made it work, though. Cove's lips brushed over your ear. You're a really good partner. Your face felt hot, and it wasn't only from the dancing. You heard a clap that steadily transformed into wild applause. Turning to face the crowd, you looked over to your friends and family cheering. I curtsied! I curtsied too! Thank you! Thank you! You gratefully curtsied to your audience, keeping your back straight and knees low. The clapping got louder. Tilting your head back to your husband, you caught his proud smile. Cove continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guests. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others properly greet your seated guests. Ah! Not what I meant to do. Cove offered you his arm to take once more. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as the matching pieces of a puzzle. It was a hold that could not easily be broken. Physically and legally linked together, you and Cove went forward as one. Only after a few strides, you arrived at the nearest table in the arrangement. It had close family all the way around, including your mom and Ma. The two had scooted their chairs closer and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward about having to interrupt, though realizing there's no reason to feel that way, Cove cleared his throat to announce yours and his arrival.
Hey,
Hi. Snapping out of their private fervor, your parents turned the enthusiasm straight towards the two of you. I'm gonna hug you. The two leaned onto your shoulders, returning the embrace. After keeping hold long enough to be warmed up by the shared body heat, you let go in order to stand up straight.
Hello.
Hello again, kiddos. Ma folded her hands together on the tabletop daintily and followed Mom with her own greeting. Welcome. It's so good to have you here at the reception now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
The ceremony was a memorable one. Those vows, huh? You also nailed the theming with that venue. It was truly unforgettable. It's nice you noticed. I really put my heart into this. Hearing people actually discuss the wedding as a real event, Cove became tongue-tied. Your ma watched over the both of you, as dotting as it was knowing.
Have fun.
Have fun greeting everyone else. We'll be here if you need us. Yeah, we've still got to try the food while you're busy with your big day. You're the best parents anyone could have. Shucks, thanks, Blue. Thanks again, Moms. Ma's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual representation of the restraint she was exerting not to cheer inappropriately loud. While Ma attempted not to spook Cove after his tepid attempt to use the new title, Mom had no qualms of saying something embarrassing. Woohoo! We got upgraded! It's about time! Pam! Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet, and his near-constant flush from the day reappeared. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on the arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. Cove scuttled off, needing an escape, and you gave your parents a wave as you stuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. Your and Cove's moms took their glasses of wine in hand and clinked them together celebratorily. To Cove and Blue. To Blue and Cove. The matching images of each other, they sipped the drink in good cheer. Located at the same table were Cove's parents. They were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cove had eyes on him. His grin ramped up to 1,000 watts.
Hey!
It's our local celebrities of the day. Cliff folded his arms, self-satisfied. The wedding's been going to plan, I'm pretty sure. But I'll keep watch still. If there's anything else I can do, just give me a shout. Cove brightened in a similar way. His tone was full of affection for his father. Hi, Dad. Thanks. It was tricky to weave through the space, but you were able to get in an arm's reach of Cliff. He opened up his arms wide for you and then squeezed you back. Soon you had to get out from behind the chairs and other guests, so you let Cliff go and nudged your way over to Cove again. Cliff began to chuckle amusingly as his eyebrows lifted higher on his head. You know, Blue, I was there in the hotel early with Cove today. It was an event. Should have seen how excited my boy was when you rang. Trying to make up for you not being there in person, he put on a full imitation of the scene. Cliff tugged at his cheeks and raised the pitch of his voice. Oh my God! Blue's calling! The real deal was proven to be far superior when Cove followed right being with the genuine exclamation of shock. Dad! Cliff let his arms return to their relaxed cross positioning after that performance, shaking his head fondly. The two of you met when you were 8, and Cove still likes to get that from a phone call. It's nice. Your heart fluttered at the thought of it. It made you happy to know he missed you, and that the flame he held for you burned as bright as ever. I'm glad you missed me. It never ceased to make you happy when it was made apparent that the flame he held for you burned as bright as ever. What? Cove made a meager attempt that was just a weird repeating sentence. Cove made a meager attempt to give his father a cross look, but it was soon overrun by a blush. Your positive reaction was a far bigger deal to him than the teasing. Cliff slyly winked, waving you and Cove off.
Right.
I don't have to hug you. Everyone wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Bye, Dad. A loud gasp escaped Cliff. You glanced over to Cove for his reaction. He grinned sweetly with misted eyes, agreeing wholeheartedly with your statement. You walked me down the aisle. Your dad. Now all that was needed was to see if you'd get Cliff's own acceptance. With 2 kids as good as you. Cliff surveyed the 2 children proudly with his chest puffed out. I have to say, well, actually, I'll say it a little later. You'll have to wait for my big speech. Here it comes. Get ready, Blue.
Come on.
Come on, sport. It's gonna be great. Now go on. Thank you for being here all those years. I wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else. Then finally, you rounded the table's edge and reached the side where Kyra sat. She was patiently sipping at a chilled cup of water, placing it down when she noticed it was time for the meet and greet with the 2 of you.
Hey,
Hey, Mom. Hello, babies. It took some stretching, but you were able to gain enough access to Kyra's space in order to give her a solid hug. She put her arms around your shoulders gladly. You shared that affection touch for a moment, then shifted yourself back up.
thanks.
Thanks for coming. It's really nice to see you. It's fantastic to be here. This has been wonderful. Also, there's that marvelous dance. Such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed you found this place. Talk about the perfect locale for my little ocean man. I like the fish. Cove kicked the tip of his shiny shoes at nothing in particular. His shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cove was forever incapable of seeming like a grown adult man in front of his mom. Kyra's brows bent as she looked on at him adoringly. But then she shut her eyes and brought out more energy.
See you soon.
I'll see the 2 of you again soon. You should explore the rest of your exquisite reception. Oh, all right. We probably should do that. Bye. Bye, Mom. She froze for a split second. Her hand flew to her mouth as her gaze landed back on you. Slowly, she lowered it, revealing the widest smile you'd ever seen on her face. In her gentle tone, Kyra cooed, "Goodbye, baby." Cove was positively melting from happiness seeing you and your shared mom speak to one another that way. I really appreciate that you've always supported us. It was no trouble. You're good for him. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the seating arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see the both of you. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on Mom's side. They couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you as happy as Cove did. Right by their daughter, your cousin, as well as your older sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtly waiting to speak their piece, but didn't interrupt your chat with other family. But when it was officially their turn, the ladies placed down their glasses of juice and put on matching curved smiles. Cove shifted on his feet, embarrassedly. They didn't even need to say anything. Went over to hug them around the sides. You were able to shimmy around the furniture to get yourself behind both of them, and then you wrapped your arms across their back. Lee squished against you while giggling, and Liz gave a true big sibling ruffle on the top of your head. After the embrace, you slipped out from between them and headed over to Cove again. We did good work, didn't we? It's nice to be able to relax after all the preparations. Totally! Everything went incredibly! You're both beautiful, and it was just touching and amazing and perfect! Perfect! Cove laughed airily. Lee's energy levels were as high as ever. Hello to you too. Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you. Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yes, you are welcome. And thanks for coming to see us on your wedding tour. Bye. It means a lot for me to have you in my life. The feeling's mutual. With everything at that spot properly greeted, you and your husband began strolling along to the next one. But Cove then stopped in place. Pairing that with a half turn of his body, you recognized the laser-focused stare on his face. He had noticed something appetizing. And it was as simple to pinpoint what. On one of the nearby tables were your carefully chosen appetizers for the reception. Without needing to be prompted, you went along with Cove to peruse the spread. Cove plucked one of the hot morsels and stuffed it whole in his mouth, and he made sure to grab a second to take with as well. You tried one too. The two of you munched on the little delights, enjoying the much-needed pit stop. The food was delicious. Cove swallowed the full-size bite and took a break from filling up his cheeks to smirk instead. Our appetizers are way better than the ones the Cyberus fancy parties. Oh no, you're gonna disappoint your mother-in-law saying that. Cove snickered but left the topic there. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared behind his lips. Then he instinctively shifted his fingers to his pant leg before stopping himself. Being on his best behavior, Cove instead borrowed a napkin from off the table to clean his hands. Yeah, 'cause you're wearing white, my dear boy! If you stained a white suit. Cove. You polished up your snack shortly after and for once followed Cove's example by tidying yourself. Your arms were linked as they had been before. You ended that interlude to get right back into the thick of the party. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda all huddled together. They were celebrating wholeheartedly. Hi, everybody. That pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave. Your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. The trio of buddies lifted cups filled full of juice in cheers to you and Cove.
What's up?
Sup, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Hi, and thank you for letting us come. Hey, congrats, you two. Each person waited patiently to stretch their arms to you as you came to their sides one by one. You received your 3 warm hugs and then returned to Cove's side. I gotta say, what a nice event this is. It's so high class. Cove shyly basked in the affection of his closest friends, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in the sunshine. Thanks, and thanks for coming.
Come on.
Come on, dude, I wouldn't have missed it. We had to be. Cove and Blue are having their wedding. It's monumentous. We're finally enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us if you have to go do important bride and groom stuff. I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important bride and groom stuff to do today. We're greeting all the guests right now. Uh-huh, we'll see you later though. Bye. Okay, bye.
See you later.
Safe travels. Enjoy yourselves. You better invite me and Cove to your wedding if you have any. Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye. Thanks, Blue. Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief but fun interaction, and you went right along with him. The next table along the path was filled with friends you and Cove had made in your adult years, as well as one much older acquaintance. A person you'd known since some of your earliest childhood days, with all the ups and downs that such a long relationship entails. Mr. Oh my god, look at him! He adorable, look at that hat. That hat good. That hat's so good. Mr. Shiloh Fields, dressed in full formal attire with a prim new hat attached to his wavy brown hair, he had politely settled himself in with the rest of the crowd. The straightness of his back gave way to some discomfort he had being there, but he made an effort to talk to the other guests. There had been lighthearted chatter until the focus switched to you and Cove as the couple of the hour. He lifted his gaze up from the tablecloth at the arrival of you two, smiling splendidly. There was an affection there that he hadn't shown to just anyone who was around. Congratulations on your special day! It's wonderful you're married now! Thank you. It's amazing to see. It's amazing to see you again. He lowered his head back down, breaking eye contact and blushing embarrassingly. Tepidly, he embraced you back, wrapping one of his arms around your neck. And thank you for having me. That's so thoughtful. It was nice for you to come. I'm sure you're busy. You're still a friend of mine, you know. He pinched his shoulder in while pressing his hand against his knee. Thanks. I hope we're friends too. Awkwardly, Cove attempted to carry on a conversation further, but the list of topics he knew of to discuss with Shiloh was severely limited. Yeah, so, have you said hi to Liz yet? Shiloh loosened his posture a little more. I did. We got to talk when we both arrived. It was good to catch up. Cool. That was as much as Cove could carry on his own, and he sent over a look your way, hoping for assistance. I'm relieved to see you've still got a hat. Oh, thanks. I've always got one to wear. You both chuckled. Shiloh wouldn't be Shiloh without a hat. How's college going? Good. I'm on track to graduate in not that long. Is your girlfriend well? Shiloh's eyes curled up at the bottom from how big he smiled over the question. He was proud. Yes, everything is going great there. That's nice, Shiloh. He hummed in a soft pitch. Yeah. You've kept that hairstyle our whole lives. Oh yeah, I've never found anything else that felt right. I get why. It looks good. That got Shiloh blushing. Though most things did. Thank you. You'd already asked everything you could think of, and he didn't expand much beyond them. Shiloh's gaze shifted keenly between you and Cove. He could read the situation. Your chat was coming to an end. He finished off the reunion kindly. I really do believe that you two will be happy together. It meant a lot for me to come along on the adventure for part of it. Congratulations on everything. As unreliable as Shiloh could be, to you that felt like a new start rather than an end. You hoped that he agreed. Thank you. Cove was at a loss on what to think of the man he'd known since he was 8 years old. Thanks. Enjoy the party. You and Cove took a moment to say hello to the rest of the guests at the table. Shiloh didn't interrupt or engage further at all before you moved on to another section. You took a minute to scan across the rest of the tables and the guests seated at them. You were able to recognize everyone who had gathered there that day, but you did note an absence. A gentle poke brushed against your shoulder. Smiling, Cove took his poking finger and used it to point out in the distance. Hovering around the fringe of the venue space was a pale, miserable face dressed in all gray. To anyone else, it may have been a sight that turned you cold, a harbinger of misfortune. But for Cove, a little rain cloud brought a warmth to his heart. He came. You didn't have to look for long until Jeremy happened to glance your way. Eye contact was made across the floor. Jeremy visibly sighed, making enough of a show of it for you to tell, even from afar, that he then briskly walked forward. Look at him! Okay, he doesn't look as cool as he did when you see him as a older teen. Didn't look as cool, but oh, he still looks so good. He only stopped when he solidly placed his feet right in front of you and Cove. Happy wedding, you insane people. Why did you invite me to this? You already know the answer. Because I wanted you here. Thank you for coming. He snorted through his nose, adding an uncomfortable huff for good measure. I'm pulling you into a hug. It took a second for reality to strike him, but you knew as soon as it did because he let out a whispered screech that was akin to a hiss. Let me go! Jeremy completely wilted, scrubbing at himself, trying to remove the warmth of your arms from his skin. I'm sorry, are you okay? Jeremy couldn't handle all the affection and wasn't able to meet your eyes when he groaned his answer. Whatever. Cove watched the interaction joyfully. There would always be a spot in Cove's life for the difficult man in front of him. Thanks so much for coming. It wouldn't have been the same without you. True, it would have been even better. Well, it's nice of you to want to come and share the suffering. Misery loves company. He was sarcastic, but it was far more playful than dismissive. Is Pran doing well? That was a rare subject that could draw Jeremy's very limited soft side. He smiled without sarcasm. He actually is. It's better every day since we graduated. He's a nicer guy than me again. That's so great. Are you ever gonna let us see a picture or something? Maybe put him on call with you? Nope. He thinks it's funny that you've only ever heard of him secondhand. Aw. But he did say congratulations on getting married to the strange person. To the strange people in a completely different town who won't leave me alone. He also likes that tattoo. I told him about it. Thanks, Pran. Yeah, tell him thanks from us. The delicate sweetness he showed dried up. He was finished being caring. Whatever. You should come visit more often. He smirked teasingly. I hope it won't end up happening, but I've never been lucky. How are classes going? They're a pain, but it's infinitely better than high school. He crossed his arms as his eyes drifted over the scene, searching for something. In a low mumble, he changed the subject. I guess this is one of the better functions I've had to attend. As opposed to Jeremy's murmur, Cove shouted, You're saying something nice about our wedding? You had left Cove flabbergasted. But Jeremy kept his lukewarm stance. It's not earth-shattering. What a sweetheart. Jeremy sunk into himself again. This time he brought flushed cheeks with him. But suddenly a sweet voice broke through the tiny party of three you had going. Jeremy? Is that you? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, this is gonna be... Ooh, this is gonna be bad. As musically as your childhood friend tended to speak, they were all sour notes in Jeremy's ears. His hackles immediately went up at the realization of who else was a guest. He was frankly tickled. You hadn't seen that furious expression since he was 12. He really had gotten the energy to be angry back. But the defensive reaction wasn't enough. Shiloh still joined the bunch, taking the spot at Jeremy's side. He offered a demure smile and wave. Hi, it's been a while, hasn't it? Jeremy shifted his weight on the opposite way to regain some distance, the rock-solid glare never wavering. Couldn't this have waited until that terrible group reunion I'm certain we're gonna have to go to in 6 years or whatever? Do you really think they're gonna wait 10 years before trying to get the gang back together? No. He followed that up with a long sigh through gritted teeth. It's probably something even stupider, like a 5-year reunion. Yeah, I figured you were smarter than that. I'd bet the same thing. That compliment of sorts was given with a wry smile. Your sensitive husband rapidly looked back and forth between the two men, in distress over Jeremy's potential distress. But you weren't the only one who could feel the anxiety coming off of Cove as Shiloh began to speak I can't say it. To him. I know what you mean, I just can't say it. Don't worry, Jeremy complains even when he's not actually bothered. It's just a personality trait at this point. Jeremy snapped back before Shiloh had finished the last word. Don't say that! Sorry, but it's the truth. Jeremy painfully scoffed at that line. Of course, you always care about the truth when it's someone other than yourself. That's your personality trait. Well, Shiloh's cheeks burned with their classic red shade as he lowered his head coyly. I just don't want it to be my personality anymore. Jeremy's perpetually narrowed or drooping eyes actually opened fully as they dropped down to their usual place before he responded. Good luck with that one. Thanks. A pause fell between the two. Cove held his breath. Want to get a drink? We could catch up. His tone sounded earnest, hopeful even. Jeremy's brows twitched, and his frown pressed deeper into his cheeks. That sounds like a terrible idea. But he still did it. Jeremy gave a slight nod to count as a goodbye and stalked off towards the drink counter. His old group mate followed behind, step for step. Shiloh twisted his torso to look back at you and Cove. Take care of yourselves, and congratulations again! Having spent the entire exchange as an observer, Cove recalled that he could speak and spluttered out his own goodbye. Bye? Thanks for coming? Enjoy the party if you can. Oh, now, hold on. I think this is like a moment I can actually, like... There's the venue. I was like waiting for a moment where nobody was on screen and I could like get the actual full venue. That was awesome though. Like getting both Shiloh and Jeremy to come back and seeing how they've grown up. I think Jeremy looked better obviously in his last incarnation, but still seeing him grow up, I like it. I like seeing these characters. I also like seeing like that relationship. Knowing that, yeah, somebody can be a jerk to you, but you can also give them a chance and you can have a friendship born when somebody matures more. Cove's days from the encounter continued to linger as he watched them go with a bemused expression. He literally shook it off by shifting the upper half of his body side to side. Then he spoke lightheartedly. That could have gone worse. The reception isn't over. They can still ruin it. I'm glad we invited them and I'm glad they came. Cove lifted his shoulders unsuredly, but the smile on his face was content. It was what it was. Table to table, you continued to greet each attendee of your wedding. From family who flew in from Hawaii to be there to those who lived right by your place. You appreciated everyone who took the time to come and celebrate this day. There was so much love to go around. Every conversation was just as enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known when Baxter's voice echoed out through the space, amplified by a microphone. Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of Blue and Cove Flame.
Exciting.
We will now begin the bouquet toss. A smattering of applause and light murmurs followed the announcement. Baxter let that settle before continuing. Finally! I didn't even get to experience this at my cousin's wedding. Because she decided, I don't know when she decided to do it, because we left at 10 p.m. But apparently, she didn't want to do it until after all the dancing was done. So I never got to actually experience a bouquet toss, and I'm slightly bitter about it. Cove, Blue, please come to the open area in the center. Anyone who wants to play can. You and your husband eagerly obligated to start the tradition, going over to stand alone on the cleared out floor, but it wasn't for long. Lee hopped out of her seat right away, taking Liz by the arm to bring her along for the ride. Your sister wasn't as impossibly excited as your cousin, but she was intrigued. Miranda rose to her feet as well, her boyfriend pumping her up to win the whole walkover. She giggled bashfully and waved at Terry while waiting in the forming crowd. Derek decided to get in on things as well, grinning amusingly among the rest of the players. Placing a freshly obtained drink on the table, Shiloh happily followed along to participate, but not without insisting Jeremy come to the group with them. There was a muttering too far away for you to hear, but Jeremy was obviously annoyed. To keep Shiloh from being in his space, Jeremy stepped away until he was at least close enough to the other people to be kind of considered as part of the crowd. Kyra looked on at the group, taking a second to consider it, but ultimately she became another member of the game. She strolled over to the collection of younger folks and called out for Cliff to join with her. Come on, don't be such a snore! He shook his head, sinking lower into the chair. Lee, Miranda, Kyra, and Liz all began to wave and jump, encouraging Cliff. Terry spoke up from the next table over. You can do it, man!
Right.
All right. He used the edge of the table to push out his chair and stood up. The ladies cheered as Cliff strode towards the crowd. Your moms giggled and leaned closer together and whispered amongst one another. They were eager to be audience members to the spectacle. And no one else motioned to join, so Baxter kept things moving. Thank you for grouping up in such a timely manner. We've got a wonderful crowd for this. Now, keep your eyes on Blue. She will be tossing the bouquet in a moment. Blue, all you need to do is look the other way and throw the bouquet to the awaiting audience. Cove can stand by. As instructed, you turned your back to the crowd. Cove took his place in front of you. His shoulders were drawn out in a sympathetic tenseness for your task. They're definitely ready for you, Blue. They better be prepared. The room became silent as you wound up for the toss. You paused and then... I'm not going as high. I don't want to do fast. I don't want to flail. Tricky shot. Give good solid steady throw. Who catches that? A flurry of heel clattering, jewelry clicking, and lighthearted yells burst into the space. The bouquet would land in seconds, and the crowd was vying for that prize. The clamor rapidly reached its peak volume, with nearly everyone in the crowd either gasping or cheering. The game had ended. You took a glance over your shoulder to see what the results were. And... Kyra stood stunned in the middle of the crowd. She had the bouquet in her hands. A pink tinge flushed over her cheeks as it fully sunk in. I didn't think I'd win! Why not? You're always good at things. Aw. Your planner took the mic again to make the results official.
Bravo.
Stunning work by our winner, Kyra. Congratulations on your future wedding. There was laughter all around. Your guests were good sports. As ever, Baxter was able to manage the flow of the day on your behalf. He took the mic and addressed the assembled crowd, his clear voice radiating through every speaker. Please, could everyone return to the seating area of our next event? The couple has arranged a special dance between themselves and the parents of the bride and groom. Your eyes met Cove's aquamarine ones as you instinctively glanced towards each other. Your expressions brightened before you stepped apart, ready for the event. Cove's parents came over. Kyra was clearly excited, hurrying to join you, while Cliff loitered bashfully half a step behind her. Once they were beside you, Cliff held out his arm. You accepted, slipping your hand through as you offered your other arm to Kyra. She took it immediately. The three of you kept a spot in the center of the dance space at the front of the reception area. In position, ready for the music to start, you had a chance to really notice their expressions. Both of them looked proud, but you could see that there were hints of tears threatening to fall. As the music began, Cliff released you so that Kyra could have the first dance. You flowed and swayed along to the tune. Kyra spoke up gently, her words only audible to you. I really am grateful that we were able to meet. You're an amazing person, Blue. You smiled at her, at a loss for how else to respond to such a sweet praise. But it was soon Cliff's turn. Kyra handed you off to him, and the two of you got into the swing of things together. Once you'd fallen into an easy rhythm, he had his own thoughts to share. You know, I've relied on you a lot over the years. That was one way of putting it. You smiled wryly, tempting to tease him, but decided to let him keep going without challenge. With everything we've been through together, it made it feel like we were kind of a team. So, well, I'm just trying to say that I'm glad that you're officially part of the family. An unexpected compliment struck you like a bullseye to your heart. Choked up, you only nodded by way of a response, but you could tell Cliff got the message by the way he beamed at you. You truly did love both Cove's parents, and it meant a lot to you that they were both able to be there this day. As you turned on the dance floor, you caught sight of Cove dancing hand in hand with your parents. Cove's brow was furrowed in concentration as he very carefully took each step. Despite his obvious nerves, your moms were elated and seemed to be encouraging him. The sight of it cheered you as you moved back towards Cliff and Kyra. Cliff made a bow out at that point, intending to make way for you to dance with Kyra again, but she had other plans. She grasped his hand in yours, and you danced together as a group. After a little while, she released Cliff's hand and you danced with her one-on-one again. Before long, you swapped back to dancing with Cliff. You took turns dancing with both of them individually as well as dancing as a group, changing it up often so that no one was left out in the cold for long. But eventually the song came to an end, bringing the dance to a close. Cliff clapped you on the back. That was a heck of a time. Kyra, who hadn't released you once the music had finished, still had one arm hooked around you and was clutching your wrist with her other hand. She nodded fervently. Yeah, absolutely! This has been a marvelous evening! Thanks! You grinned at them, delighted that they were enjoying themselves. Thanks, but I still expect to see you both on the dance floor later. Don't think this gets you off the hook! Cove, flanked by your moms on either side, came over to rejoin you. Their spirits were high, and you had no doubt that they'd enjoyed themselves just as much as you and Cove's parents had done, although Cove still looked a little flustered.
You're good.
That was wonderful. Bravo. Baxter's voice rang out through the speakers once more. For our next event, we need the family to stay right where they are. Everyone who would like to join them is more than welcome to do so. The couple have arranged to continue the evening's celebration with a traditional money dance. Alright, Buzz, let's do this. Baxter's words had the intended effect. People came over and, led by those who'd experienced one of these dances before, formed a loose circle around you and Cove. As more guests joined, the ring filled in until it was tightly packed with eager, familiar faces. Despite being the center of attention all day, Cove wasn't inured to it. It looked like that was especially true when the onlookers were so close. You caught him biting his lip unconsciously, but he busied himself with taking your hand and getting into position for the dance. You squeezed his hand reassuringly as you waved at the guests with your free one. Your heart was pounding with anticipation. The guests were into the festive spirit of the event, already laughing and grinning when the chosen song began to play. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Okay, I'm gonna do one. You and Cove began moving together to the beat of the song. Around you, the guests were readying themselves for action. Some had their money out already, while others were digging out purses and wallets. None were more prepared for this moment than Cliff. Unsurprisingly, he was clutching huge, thick stacks of bills in both hands. Oh, Cliff! What the hell? You didn't need to count to know that he easily had far more than anyone else. But Cliff was always one to share the wealth, so he offered bills out to those around him who didn't have quite as many. Some habits died hard. Your friends and family took turns coming up to attach money to you and Cove, while an assistant moved around the crowd, keeping everyone well stocked up on pins. You had to adapt your positioning to accommodate the sticking, minimizing your moments with someone was in the process of attaching the bills to your clothes. Cove learned that lesson the hard way. He was so absorbed in staying upright that he didn't notice Mom at his side and moved his arm right in the pin's path. He squeaked and instinctively pulled his arm back, but then put his palm to his face while she laughed and patted his arm better before trying again. Cove was a lot more conscious of his surroundings after that. The process of pinning the money to your clothes meant that you got to share a few moments with guests individually, which you appreciated. Even if it was just a whispered message for luck or a shared smile while they worked, you treasured each interaction. Some attendees got creative, making chains of money to attach in one go. Miranda had even folded a bill into flower shapes before pinning them on. You felt absolutely swallowed in love from your family and friends, and the happy faces around you assured you that everyone was having a great time, getting into the spirit of the dance. The song was nearing its end. There was a flurry of activity as everyone made sure to use up their cash before it finished. People cheered as the dance reached its conclusion, applauding and whooping and whistling in excitement. The boisterous energy of the money dance had set the mood right, and your video game soundtracks got turned up, inviting people to come forward. That had only been the start of the celebration. The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and over the seating area, family and friends were catching up over animated conversations. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decided to dance with everyone! You happily shimmied into the crowd, ready to make the most of the occasion. It wasn't often you got to gather up with people most important to you like this, and even rarer for it to come with good music and the opportunity to dance. Rotating partners for each dance meant that you could spend time with various guests one-on-one. You danced with Derek, with Liz, gliding around the floor along to the music. You continued to spend time with a whole bunch for song after song, but of course you made sure to save some dances for your new husband too. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action must have helped them work up an appetite as the guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to their tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right into your seat at the head table. Cove sat up with his own chair excitedly, reaching over for the napkin wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. A waitress clad in black from top to bottom came to stand across from you. She had a frosty pitcher of water in her hands. While settling that down on the spot of the table between you and Cove, she spoke in a friendly tone. can I get you something else to drink? Could I have some orange juice, please? I'd like a glass of wine. I've got it. I'll get that right to you. You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At that same time, more servers began pouring onto the space coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between the tables, collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest of you, with perfect poise and not a hair out of place. Bleh. Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. Servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided for each individual who requested one. That wasn't where it stopped. Soup and salads were then carted out before the main course. Cove took a satisfied inhalation of the steam coming off the soup. You could catch a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory and rich. Cove scooped a spoonful out and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking first taste of what you had to offer them. Spirited discussions were had between bites. There was plenty of compliments. Your mom, Miranda, and Liz sounded especially pleased with how it came out. They were chatting to the others at their table about the subtle flavors. And many of your attendees made use of the extra spice that had been made available. Cliff, Kyra, Ma, Terry, and Derek, and your own lovely husband each added their own levels of added heat. For your meal, you added a little spice. It was delicious and exactly the way you had wanted. Mom's jovial tone continued itself above the rest of the voices. So, how much are we getting here? There were those appetizers from before, now there's more, and the meal hasn't even shown up yet. I've lost count keeping track already. Oh, I asked! It's a 5-course meal, not counting dessert. I'm impressed, though not surprised with those kids. I'll have leftovers for tomorrow. When the bowls were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeak. With the rest of the plates were brought out, you could pick out the oohs and ahs of how amazing it looked and the generous portion size. You even heard mention of the swirls on the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as dinner truly began. Everyone became fully immersed in their food. It was quite a hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meals while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strolled up to the side counter set opposite end of the head table. You had a perfect view of it. Casually, he took the microphone that he'd used throughout the rest of the event and made another announcement. Good evening. From the staff and I'd like to thank you all for being such a lovely guest to serve. We hope you've enjoyed your dinner.
Now,
This mic will be left open for a time to allow anyone who wishes to make a speech about the couple. You are all welcome to come and share memories, words of congratulation, and or your appreciation for Blue and Cove Flame, if you feel comfortable doing so. He didn't hog the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down in the center of the stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Baxter directed a soft smile down to you and Cove as he left the space to open for others to speak. Alright, we're going full screen! A nervous rhythm began to play next to you as Cove's fingers were drumming against the edge of the table. You watched a furrow grow deeper onto his brow. He was preparing himself for whatever was about to be said. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove, her words being carried through the air where you sat. Congratulations once more to my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream, as much as my own did when I was around your age. Her head tilted to the side towards the other guests and began a formal speech.
Well,
Our Blue has been a joy to our family's lives, and everyone else who's met her, since the day we brought together. But watching how she's grown with Cove has been special. The way Blue treasured the little stuffed dolphin keychain Cove bought for her, even using it as her cell phone charm as soon as she got one. Seeing how sweetly they shared their treats together when they could. Cove's nervousness over attending a formal party but doing it anyway because it was with Blue. There was that one long weekend trip where Cove came day after day to take Blue on charming trips for no special reason at all. And then in return, Blue came to me and Pam, needing our help to cook a proper treat for him. Her eyelids rested a close as she let out a sentimental sigh. And I could keep going. There's so many memories. Blue can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else when she wasn't the one causing them. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful and still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived.
I love you.
I can only hope you'll be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love both of you very much. Your husband's eyes had already begun misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed a deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you and he did had an impact. She slipped the mic into its proper place, brushed her bangs, and walked to her seat I'm sorry. This is so long. This is very long, and I don't feel like I'm done. You guys are gonna look at the length of this episode, and I'm gonna feel so bad, but at the same time, I'm not. This is the finale, so I feel like getting through it in one go. That's what we gotta do. Your mom brushed down her dress as she stood to her feet and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put one hand on the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top, doing a sound test. The puff of sound echoed out, and your mom was satisfied with that. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for coming today, and for all the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're gonna pack all that up and get it to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had lowered the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, Blue and Cove, our families went through a ride with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You were attached at the hip as soon as you met, and have been ever since. You even ran away together the very first summer you met. You were only 8. And I almost had a heart attack when we all took that RV out and Cove banged his head on the ceiling after sneaking in that loft with Blue. Grinning ear to ear, lost in those old memories, she shook her head. But at the end of it all, I think you were both good influences on each other. Or at least you've made each other very happy, and that's good enough in my mind. You really took that promise when you were 13 to treat Blue well to heart, huh, Cove? Thanks. Cove smacked a hand to his cheek automatically. It didn't do anything to hide the color burning onto his face. And you know, we really did need a son in there to round things out. Mom snorted in laughter at her own line. She waved that away with her free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she could muster the even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech.
Love you.
I love you, kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now. But don't ever forget that your ma and I are here if you need something. Your family will always be there. She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cove throughout. He was mostly amused over her penchant for jokes than the actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had been shaky with emotion. He really had come to love your mom. With a quiet, pleased grin, Mom left the mic behind to return to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and glided across the floor to the speaker's stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, evening out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic when she did take hold of it. She didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was gonna say. He had to know what she was planning. Luckily for him, she did eventually begin her speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Blue's older sister, so one of the very few people who have been around her for longer than her husband. She was smirking already, 2 sentences in. We're pretty close, is the thing. She flicked a hand out without the mic in a non-committal half shrug. But honestly, Blue, if I'd realized you'd be marrying that new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disown you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend right. Certainly not. Even if I did joke about it happening. Hey! Cove gasped indignantly that she would say such things, but things being said continued on regardless of his objection. And yet here we are, at your wedding to that very crybaby.
Unreal.
I'm so sorry, Cove! Exasperated at Liz's angle for her congratulation speech, Cove slunk lower in his seat, took his drink in both hands, and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. Her head slowly shook, the ends of her eyebrows bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. But with all that out of the way, what I actually want to say now is you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there, even more than I was a lot of the time. Don't get your hopes up about this meaning. I'm done teasing you about it. But for today, I want to thank you, Cove. Those big watery eyes of yours have never lost sight of Blue since she caught them.
Thank you.
That brings peace to my heart to know that there's another person out there who cares for her as deeply as she deserves to be. Oh, he didn't have another comment then. Liz's grin widened as if she knew exactly the reactions she had been getting. Congratulations to my good old baby sister and her baby boyfriend. Love you. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you, as though she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz had made Cove smile, and his wide eyes were damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to her chair, fully satisfied. There was a clattering of silverware and dishes as Lee sprung out from her table. She skipped away, not paying any mind to that. She was too impatient for the chance to talk. Somehow it reminded you of all those times you chatted over the phone, the fun and excitement of sharing what was going on, even when you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic right into her hand, projecting plenty of stage presence standing in front of an audience. My cousin Blue and I are the same age, and got to grow up together. Because of that, I've gotten the joy of watching the story of her and her next-door neighbor Cove. They've been swooning over each other basically forever. That's the whole tale, but I was invested in it. So let's just say that I was the tiniest bit worried when neither of them had the nerve to propose. If they just waited any longer, I was gonna offer to do it for Blue just to get it over with. She giggled with as much joy as when she first found out the big news. Thanks, Cove, for taking care of that. This couldn't have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But as happy as I really am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part for me has been my own relationship with the two of you. Leandra took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. Blue, you're among my closest family and very best friends. And Cove, you're not just my cousin's husband. You're my friend too, and my family just the same. Congratulations on your stunning future together. I love both of you. Aw. Cove had to bite his lip to keep from wobbling. The earnestness truly touched him. Her high-energy attitude quickly returned, though. Lee dropped the mic down and blew a couple kisses your way before she swished back to her seat. Derek came out from the seating area to give his own talk. He had a relaxed stance when he grabbed the mic and waved over at the head table.
Congrats.
Hey, congratulations again to Blue and Cove. You found your other halves, and anyone can see it. You're good for each other. You're good to each other. Whether you got married or not, no one would have questioned that commitment. Though it's been a hell of an event too. The first lines of the speech were for you and Cove, but Derek then turned outwards to address the rest of the crowd. One time, when we were barely teenagers, we went to the mall and there were these wind chimes that Cove was eyeballing, but wouldn't stop to get. And then Blue got him one.
Oh, man.
And Cove still has it. That's impressive. Your jaw dropped. You never realized Derek had noticed any of that. You snuck a glance at Cove and he was sending you the same side-eyed look of shock. The two of you sat there, having to accept that you weren't as subtle with your affections as you assumed. Derek had been polite about it. Oh, and we can't forget how Blue first let people know about them getting together. I'm sure I sure didn't forget, at least. Oh, Derek, don't you dare! He lifted a brow and grinned. Cove mouthed something towards Derek as his face already began to flush. I was just there having lunch at Blue's house, and she blurted out about how she and Cove had kissed when they were upstairs. And Cove squished his face into the water he spilled on the table. Derek burst with laughter, completely doubling over and needing to grip the edge of the counter to stay up. The scene from over a decade ago still vivid in his mind. I felt bad then, but dude, it was so funny. History very nearly repeated itself as Cove desperately gripped the side of his pants in order to resist hiding his face against the table. After some deep breaths and another minute or two, Derek had composed himself enough to keep going. Cove used the same pause to relax himself, finding the humor in the story. Derek beamed with a boyish charm, looking just like he did the first time you'd met him. Thanks for being my friend. It's been a pleasure to know you two. Derek's heartful appreciation had to awkwardly be interrupted with one quick addendum. Oh, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting that time management thing under control. He took the chuckles from the crowd in good stride and wrapped things up for real.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk. Carefully, Derek hooked the microphone back onto its stand. When he let it go, he hovered his hands nearby for a second to catch it if it fell. When he was sure all was well, he nodded confidently and lightly jogged to his seat. Cove watched the entire exit with a smile growing larger and larger on his face. A beat passed, and then Miranda stood. She gripped the front of her flowing dress, pulling it from the ground as she walked over to the mic. Her shoulders were shyly hunched up, and her head was low. She wasn't surrounded by tables full of people watching. You might have thought she was sneaking out of bed while trying not to get caught by her parents. When Miranda had finished tiptoeing to the front, she gathered up the microphone in both of her hands, her eyes closed rather than directly facing the crowd. She may not have been comfortable with public speaking, but her desire to participate outweighed that. Hi. Cove's focus was set ahead, but you caught out of the peripherals of your own gaze that your husband mouthed high back to her instinctively. Thank you, Blue and Cove, for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm so happy for you two. The stiffness of her presentation smoothed out more as she got into talking. She was able to giggle, and her affectionate feelings for her friends eclipsed the worries of saying them in public. It's been great attending a party of yours after you two were always nice enough to come to mine. Cove laughed along with her. Warm, far-gone days of bounce houses, noisemakers, and pin the tail on the donkey reflected in his jubilant face. You're both amazing! And I really appreciate the support you've given me. Being there when I needed somebody to talk to. You've had such a positive impact on my life. I'm just really lucky to be your friend. I hope we'll always be friends. Congratulations, Blue and Cove. Cove nodded firmly in silent agreement with her wish, while scrubbing at his eyes. Miranda pulled down the mic with some oomph and then twirled around to return to her seat. Her steps were much lighter than before. Terry was waiting there with open arms to give her a squeeze, clearly proud of his girlfriend for doing so good. Her smile stayed bright even from a distance. Terry jumped to his feet with a grin. Strolling right over to the counter, he scooped up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with the other. I met Cove and Blue in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everybody, but I could tell they were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then, and we've kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened. He tapped a finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned. Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, and things about us not being what other people thought they were. Also, we lived through that one summer that really wasn't just the four of us. Sometimes it was the five of us, right, my pal Baxter? He brought the mic even closer to his grinning mouth for emphasis, dramatically pointed off to the side. Now we're all here again. You probably hadn't planned for that. And he was right. Having been quietly discussing next steps with the server, Baxter's mouth hung open with a mid-word. Suddenly, being brought into the focus outside of his expertly laid schedule knocked him completely off rhythm. Cove barked out a gratified laugh, equally as shocked but far more amused. Baxter's head turned in the direction of the sound. His mouth finally closed into a wry smile. It seemed Terry brought the gift of teasing someone other than you or Cove, and it was more than a welcome offer as far as Cove was concerned, especially since it was taken in good spirits. There was something remarkable about being able to include Baxter in your group of merrymaking the same way as anyone else. Terry nodded knowingly and then casually transitioned into his main point. And I guarantee our friendship is gonna stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your place. From me to you, from you two to each other. Good work tying the knot. Your catches. Terry left his speech in the mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously before flipping his hand out to wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big friendly wave in turn. His eyes were glossy. Soon as Terry hit his chair again, Miranda took his arm and happily began whispering to him about the speech. Kyra pushed herself up from her seat and went right to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now. The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling through the crowd.
Anywhoosies.
Kyra continued with a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Blue in person for the first time. Though I already felt like I knew her, thanks to all the stories Cove recounted about her. In a pouting whisper, Cove spoke about that description of events. Mom! Whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird, or you visited me, I came to see that firsthand more and more what a marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right in front of my eyes, like a perfect white poppies on the hill in your childhood neighborhood. Every moment I've been able to spend with each of you has been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars I got to be a mom to such an amazing boy. And Blue? The buoyant tone of Kyra's words faded into something softer, sweeter. I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself a home again. I truly am grateful for that. There was a sniffing at your side after that. Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously, needing to do something. Mom! Congratulations, both of you! I love you! I love you too. It didn't matter what she couldn't hear. She knew. Kyra used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye, placing the mic on its stand with the other hand. She took an additional moment to look up at you and Cove gently, and then Kyra strode back to her table. Cliff leaned over towards her and gave 2 thumbs up for that speech. His zealousness made Kyra cover her mouth in amusement and embarrassment. And then Cliff raised out of his seat. The most contentious figure in your husband's early life, who grew to become his best man. Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker's stand, but his fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts or his emotions, or both. When he was ready, his hand locked around the base of it, and as he lifted the mic up higher, a grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eyes.
Hey.
Hey, sport! Hey, Blue! Hi, Dad. Cove's reply was barely audible. He might not have realized he'd done it. Cove's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intently. Well... Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted even further away at something in the past that was long gone. I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunset Bird, when I met Blue. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all, really, as you'll soon be able to tell. He chuckled weakly over the self-derisive comment. It didn't do much to lighten anyone's mood, including his own. He remained wistful. I was sitting around a curb when Blue strolled up the road, heading home. I knew her, or knew of her. I'd met Pamela and Nolani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me. Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in the complicated mess of thoughts on those times. But that's not the point. What matters is that I'd heard Blue was their 8-year-old, the same age as my Cove, and that Blue was the only one in that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I'd picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers. He gritted his teeth and placed a hand on his forehead, feeling the sting of that day as if it was fresh. And speaking of, did I mention that it was the start of summer break when I moved? What was my little boy gonna do now that I dragged him out there? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to. I wanted him to be happy. There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. At that moment, everything was going wrong. I felt like a dead end no matter which way I went. I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't Blue. One more valiant effort to try and make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug. So I offered Blue $20 to be his friend. It's just funny to me. The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side like a roof sagging after years of having stayed solid. Maybe that's not the word. What I'm trying to say is, all my worries and regrets were at their peak. I was acting crazy and I know it now. But somehow, it still turned out alright. There really wasn't anyone else for him. Or not anyone better for him anyway. Nobody else in this world who can be there for Cove the way she can. The silence remained unfinished. As much as he tried, Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what it meant to him. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as his gaze lowered to the ground. His delicate words continued to be shared with as full a gathering of people thanks to the mic, but it was as if Cliff was speaking only to his son. That day, such a long time ago at this point, when you found out about why me and Kyra divorced, she was there. Blue was there when the plan was just to go jet skiing. And then when that emotional bomb happened, she was still there. And when you felt ready to head back out, to keep going forward, you just had to turn your head to see someone who was ready to go with you.
I'm so glad.
You had someone who supported you in ways I never could. And it was just what I had hoped for. I was so relieved. He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directly to you. You're an amazing person, Blue. Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff's stance pulled together tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them as they met with their far brighter blue of his child's. Son, being your dad will always be the best thing I've done in my entire life. And getting that condo on that street was the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet you two would have found each other with or without that eventually. But because of that, my kid got to grow up right next to the person who can make him happiest. I can't ask for more than that. And Blue, you didn't need a dad with what great moms you've got. But I'm so thankful I get to be yours. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I've got. Tears streaked down Cove's face freely. He didn't fight their falling. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself. He reached to wipe his cheeks, completely forgetting that there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waved over to the two of you, and stepped away. He was then able to rub at the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. When he was seated, Kyra reached over to give his back a pat. He had done good. Then the mic sat there, untouched. None of the attendees wanted to pick up where it had been left off. That was going to be the final speech from your guest, you were certain. Cove's breath was shaky, taking in everything. A weepy smile reappeared on his face, the more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned against your side, pulling at the tablecloth and burrowing his face in your shoulder. You were blushing wildly. Slowly, deliberately, you stroked the smooth green strands of hair without disrupting Cove's positioning against your body. When a voice was amplified out across the whole space once more, it was expectingly your planner, giving his appreciation for the cooperation again and announcing the closing of the speeches. But rather than leaving the microphone on the counter, he strolled up to your table with the device in hand. Before we shut this off for the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones? Oh. Cove lifted his teary face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle. I'll do it. I'd like to say something
Of
to you.
course.
Here you are. Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the other to accept the mic, drawing it in close. Too close. His murmur cracked uncomfortably loud and Cove's arm sprung out straight, instinctively trying to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced before, much more cautiously, lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it in both hands and his gaze dropped to the ground.
Thanks.
Everyone. Really. Seriously, His eyes closed completely and he paused to bite his lips. So glad to be here. And all those things you said were... There was a cracking strain on Cove's voice that wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had been pushed out with dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. He rapidly stuttered as it was. What he meant to express came through, and you and the rest of the people there to hear it. Cove's earnest affection. In fumbling motion that screeched out even more unintentional feedback, Cove passed the mic to you. His now free hand moved to cover his mouth. As you rose up from your chair, your eyes casting out over each individual in the crowd, you had to accept the bittersweet notion that this was truly a special occasion. You had no idea when everyone you cared for would be gathered together in the same place again, or when you'd even see some of them next. You wondered if Cove had been cognizant of the same thing while he was speaking, that this message had weight to it, that it was your last big chance to share your thoughts with them. All you could think to say was, I'll always be grateful to get to have each of you in my life. And that brought the speeches to their last sentimental note. Your eyes remained focused ahead as you extended your hand out for Baxter to take the microphone and lowered back down to your seat. Applause erupted from table to table and Baxter grinned approvingly.
Perfect.
Oh, Baxter! He took the microphone back with him as he rejoined with the other staff members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the clapping subsided, emotions remained high, further conversations were tentative and hushed for a time. But eventually the happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and company. When the meal was nearing its end, the final course you had requested from the caterer was handed out, the palate cleanser. From there, the evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendees had finished the dishes from dinner. It had been swiftly cleared from the tables. In spite of this, everyone remained rooted in their seats, in no secret that there was more to come. People were waiting eagerly for dessert, though none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband. It was time for the cake. But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeve. The servers returned to bestow the extra treats to your guest. Truly delightful trays of fancily plated fudge slices were delivered to the tables and distributed to the guests. The dishes had been carefully selected to match your blue color scheme. Mom grabbed Ma's arm as she saw what was coming and pointed at the plates excitedly. Ma gasped. The two of them oohed and awed as the trays were set down on the table. The servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take center stage. Sat on the center table was your fully realized creation, a four-tiered, beachy-style blue masterpiece. You were pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. Cliff let out a low whistle of admiration. What a cake! Terry gasped. Are you really gonna cut it? That cake must have taken an eternity to put together. Aww. Kyra's voice rang out sweetly as she gazed at the cake.
Fantastic.
That's perfect! It's so cool that you went with blue instead of just white. Totally unpredictable. Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered the cutting knife to you both. The two of you took hold of the handle and hand over hand so that you could make the incision as a team. Together you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of the cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wryly at you. It really was almost too beautiful to cut, but just almost. You and your guests were waiting for their portions of the delicious cake. Carefully, as so to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out, then made another cut in order to create a neat triangle of cake. The server produced a plate ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness in the motions between the two of you, you slipped the knife under the piece and transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You nodded satisfied before reaching down to plunge your hand straight into the cake, the soft, spongy treat squished beneath your fingers. Cove's fingers brushed against yours as he scooped the remaining cake from the platter in his own hand. You pressed your whole hand into his face. Scooping up a chunk of cake, you smashed your palm right into Cove, smearing the confection across his nose, cheek, and chin. Even his wavy eyebrows got caught in the action with crumbs and smudges of frosting clinging to the hairs. Then, with fingers dripping with creamy confection and crumbs, he delicately caressed your cheek, leaving a trail of cake behind. The frosting was cool against your skin, while the fine crumbs of cake itself trickled as he streaked them across your cheeks. You tried to contain your giggles until he was done, not wanting to move at the wrong time and get cake in your eye. A few rogue chuckles still escaped. When Cove's furrowed brow relaxed into his normal expression, he brought his hand away. You finally judged it was safe. You exploded with laughter at his novel approach to the cake smashing. It was just like him. The two of you were then both caked in cake. A towel was laid out on a nearby serving platter, almost certainly for the purpose of helping people clean up after this exact scenario had played out. Cove wiped himself off with it as you laughed. When Cove removed the towel from his face, he revealed a tickled smile. He'd taken the smashing with humor and grace, like an absolute champ, and he held out the towel to you. It was good that Cove was there to assist. You'd been so engrossed in watching him that you completely forgot the cake still clinging to your face and fingers. You both happily made your way back over to the head table and accompanied by the cheers from your family and friends. Though you'd spent a lot of time on your feet today, each step was buoyed. When you and Cove were back in your seats, a couple of waiters smoothly placed freshly cut slices of cake before you. Cove let out a thrilled squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Each aspect of it had been painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your taste. Now, at least, it was finally there for eating. Looking forward to having a slice, and in short order, the servings of cake were set down at each table, a neat triangular slice in front of each guest. As the crowd dug in, along came the discussion on the dessert. Thank you, Blue, for doing the right thing and having chocolate in this cake. Derek was less blunt but equally appreciative of your choice, rubbing his hand together with eagerness as his slice was set down in front of him. You can never go wrong with chocolate cake. It honestly is the best option. Cove stopped shoveling buttercream into his mouth long enough to give his own praises. You know, I've had a lot of chocolatey cakes over the years, but none of them have even compared to this one. It's actually amazing. You didn't hear a single peep out of Jeremy, yet whenever you spotted him while surveying the scene, he was steadily working his way through the slice. Through a series of modest bites, the cake slowly vanished from his plate. That, combined with the absence of any complaints, was a huge accomplishment when it came to that particular guest. You admired the cake, commenting each beautiful detail to memory before you took your first bite. You closed your eyes as you let it melt on your tongue, relishing the light and fluffy texture alongside the silky frosting. Each bite was savored until your plate was cleared. By that point, Cove was already on his second slice. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen to any leftovers. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of cake would be wrapped up to go home with the two of you. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate from a long day. But the lull did not last for long. Newly fueled by the cake, the party was beginning to start again. The celebration was able to continue in earnest. Derek, Lee, Terry, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung along to all the songs she knew whenever an old favorite from your life growing up together came on. She chose to keep Shiloh company throughout the party. She never lost the fondness she had for that guy. From the glimpses you caught, he was having a blast. Your 4 parents made their table base camp and cycled between catching up with other family in town and rejoining with each other with one another. They spent much of the time trading sentimental stories about when their babies were just babies. Cove's one uncle showed off his classic magic tricks to celebrate the day. Your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunts as a 23-year-old adult than he was as an 8-year-old child. When he got a chance, Cove graciously offered Jeremy some of the leftover cake after how eagerly Jeremy had eaten his first slice. They truly were close for him to do that, and Jeremy accepted the kindness for a change. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best, funniest moments. One when Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. You couldn't wait to see them fully developed. As many guests had been gracious enough to bring presents that you and Cove might need, you finished opening each one and offering your thanks. Seafoam green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words "Life's a Beach" were just some of your takeaways from the day. The most common gift, however, was the safe bet of simply giving cash. You'd never seen so many $20 bills in one place. Your family had a sense of humor. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Your husband caught a glimpse of the silent amusement in your face. His mouth curved into a smirk as he watched you. You bet money that he knew exactly what was on your mind. Good evening. This distinct voice of your planner caught your attention. He approached with a polite wave.
You know.
The people you know are as welcome as you are. They've treated the staff, including myself, well throughout the reception. As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly.
Well,
I'm here to say that you've got a space for a few more hours, but there are no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly as intended. He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine and led his torso back against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of the work mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphorical bell rang, and he returned promptly to providing his service, standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy yourselves however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. You two don't need to worry about anything. Cool. Thank you for all this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brows curved. His eyes softened, and even pausing to steady himself didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. It was so wonderful putting this together with you. The smile already prominent on his face warmed even further. Baxter ran a hand down his shirt, smoothing it out in a casual, fluid motion.
You're welcome.
It's been a joy working with you two, truly. The mood was light all around until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in place uncomfortably, not knowing how to proceed from the point that was reached. So, does this mean we're friends? Oh. He blinked rapidly as his mouth closed into a tight line before saying a full thought. Baxter always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off of his game. In a flash of memories, you were transported to your childhood bedroom. 8 years old, your first sleepover with your now husband. In the tiny, dainty voice he used to have, Cove asked nearly the same question to you then, if you were friends. Sweet and unsure, he'd always been the man you loved and always would be. Well, that's your call, I say. Despite the prompting to talk, Cove couldn't put together an answer. It's so funny how you both still can't barely talk to each other. We're friends. The two pairs of eyes from two very different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both their features, and as Baxter would say, it was settled. To solidify the friendship, his arms opened out to you for a hug. You tucked your arms around his chest in a nice, affectionate embrace. He wrapped his arms across your back in return before letting you go again. Next, his hand went towards Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence. Not from a want to be self-assured, but he was actually certain that they had a closer relationship now. Cove looked down at it, considering. But he ultimately raised his arms and shoulders in an emotion that was both awkward shrug and an invitation to hug instead. Blech. It's been so long, guys. I've just been constantly talking and my throat is like, it's almost gone. The lopsided grin he gave was contagious, and Baxter took a hold of Cove while positively beaming. Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin to Cove's shoulder, but he rested it there comfortably. Cove chuckled in bemusement. It took a long time, but he had been won over to Baxter's side. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before they ended the embrace admissibly. I can't say things today, guys. I'm so sorry. I hope you enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can. But when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places.
I guess.
Ah, that's nice. I guess we'll call you? Yeah. And in that case, it'll be your treat. It'll be your treat. See you then.
Perfect.
And congratulations on your lovely day. He then quite literally bowed out, tipping 1 foot back and inking forward. He kept his head lifted with that curled grin you become so used to featured prominently on his face. Baxter left the two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures all in black to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. You thought back to the very start of that special day when Baxter promised he'd congratulate you when it was over. That gave his parting words an extra sense of finality. But it wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time Baxter would be a part of your lives for as long as he was welcome in it. You believed him in that. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourselves since the wedding first began that morning. You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch. His torso twisted to one side as his hands rose up as high as he could get them. He was able to get a satisfying reach in his arms thanks to his buttoned shirt not being completely fitted. His eyes had been closed when he worked out the last of the jitters he'd carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he finished. And there was a radiant warmth in his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. If you don't mind, I want to dance with you again before it's over. I would love to. He smiled openly and welcomely. It was more inviting than his direct words had been. As he had in the past, and as you were certain he'd do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take. You accepted it as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main seating area out to the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor had mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of each other, with your second hands taking form of a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against yours and rested his cheek on the edge of your forehead. He was careful not to mess up your hair. Slow, calming music drifted through the air. It enveloped you and kept you out of the buzz of distant conversations still happening. You began to sway to the sound, cozy and content. It felt as though you and he were in your own world.
So...
Well, Miss Flame, congratulations on your successful wedding. Congratulations to you too, Mr. Flame.
Thanks.
And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. He waggled his wiggly eyebrows, being intentionally silly. You giggled. He was adorable. He sighed softly and his shoulders lowered comfortably, but Cove suddenly perked back to attention when something struck him. Though, I could just say it again when we get to the hotel room. I'd definitely be the last person to do it then. That's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and final with you. You for me too. I'm good with that. There's no one else I'd want to be my first and last for everything. Thank you. In his glistening eyes, you could see how treasured you really were. Cove whispered heartfelt words.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, and I also get to say this for sure. I'll see you tomorrow too. Cove pressed himself into you more snugly and letting out a tiny thrilled squeak. Cove, is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? So, did you notice that I'm wearing an anklet? Let's do that! Has he noticed this entire time, or is he not? He let out a genuine gasp. No?
Seriously?
I had no idea you were wearing one. With the initial shock wearing off, Cove shamelessly craned his neck to try to get a peek at it. You could only laugh at the reaction. Honestly, I thought you would have checked for that.
Well...
Cove dropped his face completely, suddenly feeling bashful. You do look really great in that outfit, but, mostly I've just wanted to see your face. I haven't been able to focus on much else, sorry. That's so sweet. You were swooning. Cove still held a knack for the unexpected compliment. Is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? Oh. Nerves creeped back over Cove's features, but he took in a breath and answered you honestly.
I
did you still want kids? You felt a pounding in your ears and your breathing became more rapid. You and Cove had been on the same page about that, but the idea was ready to be put in motion had an impact. I do. Yes. I want to give birth. For a second, he completely stalled. You winced at him, potentially fainting became a real possibility once more. Instead of falling, he spoke. Okay. The words were so quiet and you needed to hear him so much. You instinctively pulled closer to him. You regretted that choice immediately after because he reaffirmed himself in a shout.
Right?
We can have a baby. Not right now, I mean, unless you want it right now. Cove was panicking, bouncing up and down on his feet enough to shake both your bodies. You knew his heart was in the right place, though. It filled you with joy. Let's at least wait until the wedding is over. He panted out uneven breaths, but calmed down enough to still himself. Good idea. Thanks, Blue. Thank you. The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up in a trembling line. He had to force it back open. I wanted to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear, and I loved them. And thank you for doing that. Simply remembering the scene had gotten the tears flowing again, and he couldn't help it. I meant every word. He sniffled once, then twice, and then he grinned back at you. You let yourself quietly enjoy his company. You kissed his lips. His eyelashes fluttered when your lips touched. No matter how much time passed, it still amazed him that you would kiss him. Cove kissed you back lovingly. It was so warm. But then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It all went by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't only mean the wedding. It's been everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown up? I don't feel grown up. Legally, it was when we turned 18. You, the crybaby grown up? I'm not sure about that one. Wow, thanks. Though, his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lightly. I feel pretty good about getting older. Not being a kid anymore, cause I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adults, and I was bad at it. Liz was right on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at our wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult. Kinda. You just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final chorus as guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon, you would know what the ending note of your wedding was. The final glance, the last word. Though those thoughts swirled in your mind until Cove brought you back to existing in the present where you belong.
It's nice.
I think our life is really nice. Not letting either of you get lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clasped both his hands against your shoulder with the utmost seriousness. You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it. It can be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. If it's with you, I'm up for anything. Tiny, delicate water drops pooled in the corner of his eyes. Cove let his hand travel from shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me? Someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need an answer. Really, I'm just grateful.
I love you.
I love you, Blue. Always. And there we are. Thank you all for joining me on our journey through our life, beginning and always. This has been a road. It's been a massive road. I absolutely adore this game. I backed this game on Kickstarter. I paid to get my character's kind of hairstyle in the game. I use the name Blue, and I made sure that that was one of the voice names over getting my own name voiced in the game. And just this journey, this game, this story of this boy going through life and having this life with him, it's just fantastic. There's very few, I'm gonna always call it an otome game because that's like the feeling I get from it. There's very few otome games, I think, that give you the same feeling as our life. And I get that if you've reached the end of this is about, we're probably at past the 5-hour mark. This has been a very long episode. I probably should have split the wedding episode up, but I felt that it was a finale, and I wanted to truly showcase it to the best of its ability and just continue forward. Even if we had a couple of hiccups, because this is a monster of a file. And I don't know when you guys are going to see this. It is currently, for me, 9 o'clock. The night that this game came out. I have played through the wedding DLC twice, and I played through the whole game again before this to like double check everything that was going on, see what options I could get. I actually did not realize that Baxter, if you danced with somebody else at the at the soiree, if you danced with somebody besides Cove, that boy actually ended up to be Baxter. I didn't know that because I've never not danced with Cove at that soiree. And so I got to play this game. I've played through this game 2 times today. I've spent the whole day playing it. And just ending this note on this game, this series, with these 2 characters that have come to mean something. This version of Blue, she's not me. She's not even the version of Blue that I make in my head. But she's a version of herself that I was so lucky to be able to show you all. And I'm so happy that you guys could take this journey with me. As I've said previously, I will not be playing the other romantic interest DLCs when those come out for Baxter and Derek. Because to me, our life, you can look at the ending screen. You can even look at the title screen. It's not something I feel is supposed to be a multiple romantic interest route. There's very few games where I feel like other romantic interests are kind of overshadowed by somebody or aren't really the point of a game. This is one of them, especially with how this had been pitched and everything, and how the other love interests are going to be handled. To me, it just isn't something I want to do. I feel like this is the ending of this chapter. I've also said I will not be playing the sequel. A lot of that has to do more with the art direction, which it's adorable, it's in its own way, but for me, especially when you capture me with the art style of your first game, the drastic change in art style to the second, it's not really something that I want to play, basically. This game caught me originally because of its art style, and then it kept me because of everything that they tried to do. The fact that choices you made in that first step, that those choices were still impacts all the way down to here. That these characters remembered that there was dialogue about what you did during that summer, what choices you made. The fact that me going after Cove and running away with him has an impact here at the wedding, that my mother would bring it up. To me, that is a massive amount of putting me into a video game, and I appreciate it. I appreciate this game a lot. I appreciate you guys coming on this journey with me. And as you can see, I appreciate my lovely boy Cove. I cannot wait to play this again, because I will go back and play this. I hope that whatever bug we had gets fixed, because that was funny, but I didn't like it. And I hope you can all enjoy your own Cove. I hope you can all enjoy the kind of story that this game can give you. That it's so uniquely personal that I don't think another game really captures that same spirit. And I'm so thankful that I got to play this, that this just showed up on one day, and I looked at it and I supported that Kickstarter, and we've come a long way since then. But anyway, thank you all for supporting this series. If you've made it to this point, thank you for 5 hours of watching a finale of me playing through the wedding DLC. Thank you for being a part of Blue's journey. Thank you for joining me as we played, as we went along with Cove, along this trek of life. Thank you for everything. I will catch you all on the flip side. I will most likely see you in some more Pokemon episodes. But thank you for this journey. And bye, everybody.